Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.
I was listening.
But you don't even try to keep it. That is why I have to love and appreciate Jah.
Everybody play their role. Right, sis? Everybody play their role.
Exactly.
Why you want me to be the responsible one? Everybody knows that I'm not the responsible one. Right, Dr. Sharon? Everybody knows that once music starts, I am
Sharon
there.
delivering, baby. She can't talk. She just listens.
Dr. Sharon, when the music starts, I know to go home. I'm going to turn the lights on me once the music is good. I'm not go home. So why you want me to all of a sudden now be responsible? That's not my role in this whole situation. That's no. My role is the F-ray role. You understand? I'm the F role.
We go home
and I do it well. Exactly. I don't know what's wrong with her. I don't know why she want me to change in my old age. I feel offended.
Dr. Sharon.
Nice set moments. Nice set. That's the way it starts on Friday. Thank you for that. Happy Friday, everyone. I'm here to behave.
You're welcome, Rosola. Hey, Dr. Sharon. Let me talk to somebody who's seeing. Dr. Sharon, how you doing?
I am doing good. I'm doing well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good. How's my dog? How's my little dog doing?
Oh, she's doing good.
Good. And she has her own TikTok page, by the way. Y'all need to follow.
She does.
Y'all need to follow Dr. Sharon. Dr. Sharon has a TikTok page for her poodle. Very beautiful. Cinnamon. Oh, it's more cinnamon, but cinnamon chocolate. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Apricot. The color apricot.
Oh,
but yeah, she's a character.
Yeah. Tell her
she's a little character. I will.
Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure.
Happy Friday.
Yay! Jah, where you at? What's going on? Where's Jah? I don't saw Jah. Where you there, Jah?
Why you can't hear me? I'm here.
All right, man, I hear you now. What's good? What's popping?
Nothing.
Why you sound like that?
I'm just tired. That's all. Tired. I couldn't sleep last night.
Oh no! What happened to you? It's who you're thinking about.
I think my let me not say it's too early.
Let me see if it's this person. Let me see for that person that you think about. Or just step up in the building? I just told you I don't have any behavior. It's Friday. It's whatless behavior today. If you are looking to hang around somebody who is going to be circumspect today, it's not the day. I'm not the one. I feel like being a real careless girl in the day. What's up?
So with that being said, good morning, Adesoji.
Good morning, John.
You sound better now, Ja. You sound way better now. You see? Give me the thing what the doctor order me. Give me the thing.
I think my yoni being on vacation getting to me.
Hello?
Listen, I was on a call, I was on a call, I couldn't speak. Ja, yesterday you say your yoni is on vacation, and see now you're not getting no sleep, girl.
Jesus, have mercy.
Come off vacation.
Who sing that song there again? Give me the thing what the doctor order me.
I'm sorry, somebody. Come off vacation, Ja. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Have you started YouTube yet?
Yes.
I don't see you.
We are live on YouTube. We laughing, kicking, yeah, I'm there. Oh, you know.
I had got a request that they would like you to be a little larger on YouTube. I think you're.
I don't know how to do that. How am I to be large on YouTube?
I don't.
I think they're gonna have to expand their screen because I'm as large as I can get on YouTube. Can't get no larger. Larger than life.
Well, then put on glasses or use binoculars.
It's 80. Some not big enough.
No, he said it before.
Closer to the screen.
What Soji said? I didn't hear Soji. Morning, Soji. Morning, Alexa. What did Soji say? Well, you just said Soji. Repeat what you said. I didn't hear you. My AirPod wasn't.
They move closer to the screen if they can't see.
You hear 80, and that's your after the 80. 80, do we have to triple lens the glasses? Make we know what go on.
Coca-Cola bottle?
Hey.
You know what? That's to anyone listening and watching. I have a word of advice for you. Every now and again, check your circle. You know, pay attention to the people you have around you. Are they beneficial? You know, see what roles they play in your life and if they are adding value to your life.
And if you don't have a circle like us, then that's your problem. You have to hang with like people who love and appreciate you, no judgment, love you for who you are. Not change my circle for nobody. I'm not change for nobody. I'm crazy. I stay crazy. Listen. And my circle is just like Soji, sarcastic. Love it.
Love it. Jared is saying too. Hey, Jared. Jared is on YouTube. Jared said, yes, we need you larger moments. One for the shopping on the living room. Beat me up, Scotty.
Don't ask certain men that they're wrong answer.
All right, Jay, I don't know how to do it. I really don't know. Because the camera is pretty much in my face. I don't know if I have to get an external camera, probably. But no worry. You know what? We listen and we see how we can make adjustments, right? So we're gonna figure it out.
You look large enough to me. I don't understand. I'm looking at my iPad. I see your face. That's what we're supposed to see.
So I demand them have a problem.
That's true. We do see more on TikTok than we do on YouTube.
All right, let me see something. Let me see something. Hold on then. Let me see something.
About our work, trying to work it out. Now, how about we test later?
No, I'm not trying to work it out. You know what, Russell? You're too bad. I was trying to see something.
Sorry.
I went on YouTube on my iPad. Me not big enough. You come out to jump out. So I don't know. I can't move the cam. You know what, Jared? Go about your business. Go about your business, Jared. Go on. You go on.
It might be time for them to upgrade their device.
I keep forgetting that my hand is not the best. I don't know if it's part of old age where your bone them start disintegrate. But You know what, Jared? Happy to have you. Happy to have you, Mad Libran. Ja, you're over here with us. Who else is here with us? A.T., you're checking yet? I know that DJ Naturalist's mom watches us on YouTube. She absolutely loves us over here, and we love her for loving us. Yeah. But anyway, me no know. Me no know. So tell them to open their screen. Okay, folks. Happy Friday. Oh, it's time for us to get the show on the road now. 15 minutes before the top of the hour. It's Friday, March 28th, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee into World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JohnoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We also go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe. I say welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of TikTok, my no behavior crew. You know, I tell you something. In reality, this is a crew you want to hang out with in a real life. Okay? Yeah. You won't regret a minute of it. Not a minute of it, not a second of it. All right. So welcome, TikTok. Thank you. That being said, we could go ahead and get the show on the road. Ja is in both places. Pick up yourself, Ja. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ja is on TikTok and she's on YouTube with us. This morning, I'm gonna pray for me. The heat mad me this morning. So anyway, Alexa, what's the latest on the ground? By the way, how the dog doing? How Rexy doing? Is Rexy or Addy? What the dog name? Addy?
Chip.
What name?
Chip.
You know something like what you said?
Me said Chip.
Chip. So
yes, the dog named Chip.
So Chip are going with himself this morning.
Yes, Chip. All right.
What does Chip have to say about the news today?
Well, on the mind you, Chip have other brother and sister, and we have Sika, Ratty. What is her name? And Mother Dog. Yeah.
Okay. Those sound like some mongrel dog named Alexa.
Look here, stop it. They know something come up for the show. Like, if you discriminate against the dog one more time.
Those names are original, Alexa.
I have to agree.
Those names are original, Alexa. So don't come off the show. You know it's your turn. Come on now. It's Friday. You think we're going to pass you by with those kind of dog names? You think we're going to say something? Sis, come on now. You know us. What is name again?
It's an all-inclusive dog
Could I
family.
swear me hear the dog talking in the background a while ago?
Yes, the tree dog them who you just a mongrel, them just sown up a while ago.
That your dog needs to tone down a bit. It's got a little bit of tension in it.
I'm so sorry. The dogs are talking, folks. The dogs are talking.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay. You call them out. You
Get
draw
the
them out this
dogs out.
morning. They wanted to hear it from the ground. Oh, how much lower than the ground you want to go? The dog them are back.
Oh, Jesus. I can't manage another day, yeah. Hey, the show gone. The show done. I hit that. The show done for the day. Because we are up to no good this morning. I'm sorry. But
You can't get better programming than this. You cannot get better programming than this. Call your friends over to the vibe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We now have, listen, I am in tears. The dogs are on the ground. They have reported what is happening in the wake. They said there is no way. Like, yeah. Oh, oh my gosh. Mm-mm.
So, Camille, with super no, a rice and curry chicken left over. Super don't Camille, we're super.
Hold on, Alex, I have to read Super Pet comment for our listeners on internet radio and our listeners on YouTube. So Super Pet with him Brighton out to other self. If you go back to Guyana with him out to other comment, I can't talk about ready for them corn meal in the morning. No, Jamaican dog don't them corn meal. Tell them, Alexia, chicken back. Rice and peas.
Look here.
Curry goat.
Curry chicken. And in work like that morning, them I go get. Don't play with my dogs. Look here, them work hard. Hard.
And that's why they know to respond when you say, what's happening?
You know what? Now I'll go round the back right now, go tell Chip where you DJ Super say. Watch.
Oh, Tada. I don't know if y'all give that to your dogs in Guyana, but we don't do that in Jamaica. Our dogs, our dogs are superstar dogs.
I want you to know that he is mixed. So he's part Jamaican. Yes, so he knows Jamaica.
Him the out of Jamaica too long. Him not really know what going on. You cannot give the dog them a Jamaica ton can meal. Them will cuss you. Then we come right out on you and cuss your pet. Come on, do better. If you know what, what you say?
What?
No, I said I'm gonna go.
You'll be done for the day. Somebody come rescue me.
That's a thing you pick your out to I can talk about ton can meal for dog. But that's a go. The dog them don't even name rice bun. Where you go with that? That's for that.
You know,
very picky there. Oh,
90s dogs is built different. No, right, Super Peg, yes.
Alexia.
Yes, Chip. Yes, Chip. You must say me I give a corn meal, Chip. Tell him send a corn meal back that. I know $30,000. I know $50,000.
No, you have to say it right, Alexia. I know the 30,000.
I know the $30,000.
Okay, folks, you know what? That's it. Enough fun. I'm not going to make me gone with my careless self today. Time and place. But while we're in the careless avenue, run a one part, down a one part. Listen to this. Oh, wait there.
Both are right, both are left. When you see Aki tree, you take a next right and you go straight and you bust a next right and you dip on your left. Put a joke aside, bro, so actually navigate Jamaica. Yeah. You can't really use Google Maps and them sitting there. Because you don't know where I'm going to go. Yeah, man, I go to check spot yesterday and I tell me, say, yo, just take a left, then take a right, and after 3 houses, take your first left, then take your right at Aki tree, then go straight down past the mango tree, turn left and then turn right again. And I was exactly there, bro. I use Google Maps. I'm end up at Portmore. I was going from Barbican to Manor Park. Yeah, dog. But
did you all get the directions?
And you never get lost. You ever get lost yet?
Get lost, yeah.
Never get lost.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to give you all the directions. So we'll be meeting up again. Go ahead, Ada Soch, before we play the directions.
Yeah, that's cool. You come to the shoemaker with one eye. You turn left after him. And just keep going straight until you see the palm tree that's about to fall down, but it's not actually falling down. And then a couple of houses down, you will see the old woman who is constantly sitting on our porch. Yeah, go past her. Say hello, though. Otherwise, you might not get to where you're going.
We don't need GPS. We do not need GPS. So one more time, folks, if you want to come to the link up later on this evening, here are the directions. This is where you'll find us.
both are right, both are left. When you see Aki tree, you take a next right and you go straight and you bust a next right and you dip on your left. Put a joke aside, bro, so actually navigate Jamaica. Yeah. You can't really use Google Maps and them sitting there. Because you don't know where I'm going to go. Yeah, man, I go to check spot yesterday and I tell me, say, yo, just take a left, then take a right, and after 3 houses, take your first left, then take your right at Aki tree, then go straight down past the mango tree, turn left, and then turn right again. And I was exactly there, bro. Me use Google Maps. I'm end up at Portmore. I was going from Barbican to Manor Park. Yeah, dog.
All right, folks. So that's where we'll be later. We're going to be in Manor Park, and you got the directions.
Can't get lost. You can't get lost with those directions. See you later.
If you use Google Maps in Jamaica, chances are you might end up in a gully, in a one river bank. I'm done. Yeah, so time for the carelessness to come to an end, and it is time for us to get serious. Now, listen to me. Them said, don't know who for frighten, right? Excuse me. Yeah, don't know who for frighten. Don't know who them can play with and who them cannot play with, right? But I was in tears yesterday, and not from crying, from laughing. When will our community ever take anything seriously? Why is it that we have to take everything and turn it into one big puppy show and circus? What's wrong with us? So scrolling through, whilst you will hear some people echoing sentiments of, disdain and anger and, surprise, you have a whole nother set on the other side of the aisle who just are bust out one big laugh and coming up with the most and the most. So,
since nobody left the church, the money's still here. So one of y'all either got it or know where it is. So we ain't leaving until we find it. Now's the time to start snitching.
I want to see Jesus too, but I don't want to see him tonight.
What phone is that? Your phone? You got a cell phone. Didn't I tell y'all to put it in the basket?
That's probably Jesse Jackson calling to free me.
What? That's your phone.
There's nobody left.
So who remember First Sundays? I don't know if Marvin Sapp watched First Sundays before going to church that day. When him tell the people them about lock the door. Which door? Which door? With who? With whom? So I have seen some stories floating around. I don't know how true it is. I have not fact checked. If anyone is able to, let me know. But it is said, hold on.
And they understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. It's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and get it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people online need to give $20. This is easy, saints. And they understand the.
All me I ask for tops and roses. Me not ask for 40,000.
Let me just say, if I was sitting there that day, there is no way I could have been quiet. What type of ridiculous, I've been, since y'all spoke about it, I've been scrolling through and I've actually was on internet. I think I sent you some stuff. I've been in churches where pastors have asked you for that second communion.
You mean collection?
Collection. But to go and tell people to lock the doors and then nobody's going to leave until you walk up to me and show me on your phone that you have given me a donation is the most fracanacle BS ever in my life. Rosola, you are absolutely right, because that switch did not switch on properly that day. And I've been looking to see if he was actually arrested. I'm not seeing that he was actually arrested.
But is that kidnapping and extortion?
I believe so.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. It is. Remember, we had the whole phrase that we
It
were
never
quoting.
thinking properly, Rosola.
Oh, see,
It's
sunk in with me.
properly in my
It's sunken with me. No, it's sunken with me. I meant everything I said. I can only imagine if I was in that church.
You're not going to pop off in that church.
But I would have been in the 5 o'clock news.
Me and you, girl. Somebody call
First
him
of
to
all,
bail us.
what I would tell him, first of all, here's this. When he looked at the people on the podium with him and said, y'all have to give 100 each. Let me tell you about my girl right here who walking off stage. See you later. And then to tell them to close the doors, have to usher them about 80 years old. I said, close the doors. They're going. Obviously, this taking them some time. But you can't close the doors on me. So I can imagine how, because it's his arrogance. I said, something had to be wrong in his brain. You can't think that's right. You're a grown man. You must know that's illegal. You cannot close the doors of the church and tell the people they have to stay and then try and force them to give you money. Go to jail. Go to jail. And if now let's watch the doors get closed on you.
This is a GSYM moment.
That's the first thing he would have got from me while on stage with him. In his ears whispered.
But look on him too. Look upon him too.
You remember yesterday me telling us say people be doing stuff and because them not get checked for it, they just get more extreme. This didn't start with this man. I've been seeing this for maybe one good 5 or so years, where they might tell people say, oh, we're not leaving the church until we get 100. And me I see that in Africa. Me I see it you just the church service them in Africa. And I say I demand money out of people. Them need to stop it. Make they ever try at Jamaica. Make they ever try.
No. Hold on a second, Alexia. Remember a couple of years ago, during the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken, the article that came out with the pastor in Montego Bay that tell the people them to go up on the ark, them cannot carry them cell phone, they had to get life insurance and all kind of foolishness. You don't remember that one? And
no,
had them piled up in the back of the
Mobi not the Jamaica.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought
that a float around in I see somewhere.
Okay.
By a rope. They only attached by a rope. We not claim them.
Okay, you don't claim Montego there? All right. So talking about Marvin Sapp, have you seen the one with Paula White? Hey, God are coming, God soon comes. So I implore you all to get your hearts right.
He was way too comfortable. That's the way to describe it. He was way too comfortable. That around you, that they think they can extort you and nothing will happen. I mean, Alexa is right with regards to what happens in the continent of Africa, specifically Nigeria. The irony of that is majority of the churches we have back in Nigeria are actually sitting on industrial sites. I mean, check the irony of that. You're using industrial sites where you should be working and praying to God for miracles in a place where you should be working. If that is not warped thinking, I don't know what else is. But this guy just got way too comfortable. You know.
So apparently,
oh my God.
Apparently 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is just a house of sorts. First, a car sales lot. Second, they are selling spots for the Easter roll starting at $75,000. Now you have this pimp talking about for $1,000 you can get a supernatural blessing. Let's take a listen to what this pimp has to say.
realizing what you can receive. Speaking
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit.
Faith advisor says if you give her 1,000, hold on. Here.
Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity.
Hold on, back up. Which part of the Bible make I pull it up?
Angel to you.
No, me I pull it up because me want to see where God said me have to pay $1,000.
For you and your house, according to Exodus 23.
Okay, stop. Exodus 23. Because I want to see where in Exodus 23 God said I have to pay $1,000 so that an angel can be assigned to me. Hold on. If you don't have a Bible, open it up and find it, because your Bible might be different from my Bible. But you are going to go down to the parlor white. You don't play with God. And the word of God also says you don't peddle the word of God. I'm going to tell you something. You see, when I come on TikTok and I see the people that I carry on with them church business, me not watch them. Because I don't know if the money that them I get from TikTok, them I give it over to do the Lord's work, or them I put it in a bank account to sustain themselves. Because the word of God says, thou shalt not peddle the word of God. There is a special place for you. But anyway, back to Exodus 23. On the pull out in the Bible, the church, let the church say amen.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Okay.
Oh, those are the back.
So, where it say, pay me $1,000 and I shall give you an angel. You see you, Paula White, you go down today. May go down on your knees and ask God for forgiveness for what you're doing up there at the White House. Thou shalt not raise a false report, put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Thou shalt neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. Hey, you're with me, Paula? Stay with me, Paula. Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. Look at that. Paula, you read it? Okay, let's keep going. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. Hey, if thou see the ass of him that hateth thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. Okay. Thou shalt not wrest the judgment of thy poor in this cause. Again, keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked. Paula, did you read it? Okay. Whew, hallelujah. Let's keep going. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise and perverteth the words of the righteous. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Are you with me? Are you with me? And 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. Paula, is it the same Bible you're reading, darling? 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a fast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days as I commanded thee in the time appointed on the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Let me keep going, Paula. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Did it say there that I need to pay $1,000 to have this angel to go before me and to keep me and to bring me into the place that God has prepared? Paula, which Bible are you reading from? Show me. And all this peddling is happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that taxpayers pay to maintain. We're selling Teslas. We're selling Easter roll promotion spots starting at $70,000. And now we're selling $1,000 angels. The world is laughing at us. The world is laughing at us. And hey, woo, Paula, girl, little girl, $1,000.
God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase and inheritance.
You know the people that always get caught in this mess? Poor people. All of these mega churches that can boast millions of dollars, you think it's for rich people? You can't fool a rich person. A poor people build them up. Poor people will take their light bill, their water bill, their rent, their mortgage, their car note, boyfriend, their sister, brother, mama, papa, everybody in the world. Forget to them hypocrites and liars. And you know what, God forgive me. Hold my tongue, Lord. Go ahead, hold it moments.
But this has been happening forever. You know this. Benny Hinn was a who? The people in Pantrebian, if me can remember if I say name.
TBN.
TBN?
TBN.
Yeah, with the pink and the blue and the green here. You remember the lady there? Tammy sitting on there?
Would our eyelash ever fall off?
Tammy Faye Baker.
Yeah. They were all there, and them have been in always of this whole heap of some cardboard box covered with one sheet and say a pay letter for all over the world. Say people all up blessing and all of these things. And then come and talk about plant your seed, they always coming on 11 o'clock at night. When they know say sick people, we in a pain, the painkiller they wear off, so we just go watch TV until we drop asleep. And the opportunity hour then come and say, sow a seed, just $5. You know how much $5 then get? Eh? You know how much time people sell their house? Eh? I find it and Benny Hinn have thin jacket. Me don't know who make fit him jacket. Yeah? But every time he wave the jacket over people, and whole part of our stadium collapse. So me I say, if Benny Hinn could have do it for $5, why this a lady and a fella in a Benny Hinn footstep and go $1,000? $1,000 too obvious, lady. You try to chop a line too big. See in a $5 range, and then once to say, I'll see what you do. Want to lose all.
This is the premium prayer. Come on. You can't be charging $5 for premium prayers. Come on. We're also going to assign you an angel. So, angel is going to claim expenses now. What's the
And he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
Your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit.
The key word, special Passover.
And I believe that when you honor God on
Here's my gold card.
The first rule, obviously.
America, do not be led astray by these so-called pastors. Do not be led astray by these people. The Bible tells us, you know, they will come like sheep, but they're wolves. If she had read Exodus 23, and I didn't even read it in its entirety, but if she had read Exodus 23, not to us, who you're begging the $1,000 from to do what, I don't know, because I don't know who going to get this $1,000. But if she had read Exodus 23, she would have said, hold on a second, I need to run into the Oval Office and have a conversation with our president. Because it says here, keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. She would have also said, neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. She would also said to him, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Run to the Oval Office, Paula White, and read that. Oh, ye hypocrites. Oh, ye hypocrites. Don't play with God, Paula. Don't do it. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to ask God to forgive you, for you know not what you're doing. May God search your heart and forgive you for what you're doing, Paula. I'm sorry that you had to go to this level. Selling angels for $1,000?
Listen, angels.
Then Alexia, you see when them love sell the bottle of water, but then catch out of the pipe and talk about a holy water and it come from over. So, and with this water, this bottle of water, you shall be blessed and you shall be prosperous and there shall be no harm and there shall be no illness. You know, I always think about Mr. President, and it is so true. Whenever we have a problem and we go to the church and we're looking for help, because before I even say that, let me explain something to you. The Bible tells you we're supposed to look after the widow, the orphan, the disenfranchised, the sick, the suffering. That is what the tithes are supposed to go towards. Not Bentleys, not Maybachs, not Rolls Royces, not private jets, not designer clothing, not designer shoes, not mansions, none of that. It is to the tithes that you pay. If you put money instead of produce or things that can sustain people, if you put money, that money is to go towards looking after the people. Hold on, people. I have to do my puzzle so the life can keep going. That money is to go towards looking after the people, not the so-called prophets. But I remember Mr. President always said this. It says this, and I always remember, and I constantly laugh. When we go to the church and we say we would like help to pay our light bill, the light bill is $100 and something. I don't have it. We're going through a rough time. What the church tell you to do? To go pray. To go pray. But when the pastor comes before the congregation and puts out an order as to how much he needs or she needs, what everybody do? Run, go to them bag. No, get up and tell them to go pray. Just like they tell us to pray, tell them to pray. God provides. That's what they tell us. Pray. God provides. So it's a one-way street. They take from us here on earth and tell us our places in heaven. They keep us impoverished here on earth and then tell us that we shall walk streets of gold, drink milk and honey when we get to heaven.
Moments, if I go empty, you know. If I go empty, I swear. I mean, I'll tell you why. Now, empty as in devoid of nobody, you know. But right now, majority of these people are preaching wealth and prosperity. When in a wealth and prosperity time, a revelation time. And the people are following this. They are following this. So therefore, you see, if you're not going to learn the word for yourself, any word you are given, you're going to digest. If you don't go learn the word for yourself, any word you are given, you're going to take it and you're going to run with it.
There's a thing called discernment. Ask God for the gift of discernment. And some of you have that gift, but you haven't tapped into it. You haven't tapped into it. You're relying on other people to translate it for you. Ask God for the gift of discernment so that you can understand the words that you're reading. How do you think slavery happened? The manipulation of God's word. The manipulation of God's word is how slavery happened, is how colonization happened. The manipulation of God's word by people who sought to twist it and turn it and enslave a group of people. And it's such a shame that the descendants of slaves are furthering the agenda by doing it to the people that look like them. There was a certain whatever you want to call them, bishop up there in Atlanta. He's dead now. I'm sorry, he passed away, unalive, how many years ago? You remember? With a private jet? And the lady them, boy pitney them? The same preacher where the churches of, what I wrote the name, a 20? A I-20 name? Where Stonecrest Mall there. What I wrote there, the highway there, and it heads.
Turner Hill?
No, man, east. That highway, it heads east. You can't take it out to Savannah. If you want to go, oh, jeez, forget what I wrote name. But anyway, down that side, the end church did that. Down that side. And I know somebody who, yes, that one there. Same one, Alexia. And I remember somebody I know that used to go to his church because she lived in the same community I lived in.
What do you mean, Bishop Eddie Long? That's what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah.
that church. And at the time, she said, because she used to go to church, you have to show your tax returns because they want to make sure so you pay the right amount of tithes. The people them all put up ATM in at the back of the church. So you can't tell them so you don't have the money to pay your tithes. Go along around at the back of the church and go draw the money out of the ATM machine. May God forgive you all. Then you have another one, don't on that side, but to the next side, where somebody we know was going through a hard time, went to the church to ask for help. They turned her away. She have 2 girl picnic. Turned her away. They were young children. And told her that she has to be a member of the church for them to help her. The same church what tell the people them say them need money for a private jet. Oh, Jesus, hallelujah. This is not the direction the show was supposed to go into then.
Moment, say me have one friend one time where the on the phone attack and she say, say me broke no. Mexico we must have move now. I said, what are you talking about? She said, listen, me can't get RDN in a 2 weeks online. How we do a church? I said, girl, what you mean? Do you know how much money a church bags yearly? They don't pay tax. What are you talking about? What you talking about? Let's do this. Me say, listen, my granny a missionary at church. If he ever find out the prayer, my granny go pray, me just go hold on in the life forever. Me cannot do that. I'm not doing it. The church doesn't have to be greedy. They get a lot of allowances. They don't have to kill the poor. Because they don't kill rich,
Unalive.
Oh, they unalive the poor. They don't. Girl, listen. You stay on the yard, reading the Bible, and if you don't want, you don't want to go something on Zoom here. That's all enough you do. Do a little thing on Zoom. Send me the link.
Where 2 or more are gathered, there he is also. We don't need to stop it. And I'm just going to ask people to open your eyes and your ears. Think. Think, people. Think. You turn on the TV. You have $100 blessing, $500 blessing, $1,000 blessing. None of us, no matter how much money you shell out, will make it into the kingdom unless God is desirous of having us in there. Now, make them fool the people. And this other thing about selling plots in heaven. So them go to the plot them up there, and then we the idiot take up the money, give them because we're purchasing a spot in heaven. You see, those are who shell out the money to these scammers, on deserve to get scammed. On deserve to get scammed. Sorry. On deserve to get scammed. Because they can only prey on you because you refuse to wise up. You refuse to take up a book and read. Just read. Una feel so the more una give is the more blessing una gonna get. Remember the story in the Bible? Hey, no ramp with me now. Remember the story in the Bible where the old woman, lost her money, the little but that was her last. And Jesus, the parable said, she gave more than all what the others were giving because she gave her last. So nobody thinks that the size of what you give, I go get it in heaven. Morning, Mr. President. Please take a seat. Ushers, please find a seat for Mr. President. Come on in. Come on in.
Can you make
Good
sure
morning.
it pays
Good morning.
$100, please? Thank you.
I even sit down yet. I had to give offering. Oh boy, I need a new church.
No, we have to teach the people there, Mr. President. Them going to the wrong church. They're being led astray. Them have Paula White up there. I sell them $1,000 angel. Them have Marvin Sapper tell them to lock the door.
You're
Nobody
talking
man
about
come out.
the kidnappers?
The kidnappers and then Paula White who up in the White House I tell yourself $1,000 starting at Passover. You can get one angel assigned to you.
Oh, they go start to sell that in heaven again.
This is not how the show was. We never start the show yet, you know. The show not started, you know, Mr. President. But them piss me off this morning, man.
Is he buying our plots in heaven?
Me not ask for $40,000. Me not ask for $1,000. Me just ask for taps and roses. Taps and roses. Why Paula not go take up TikTok like everybody else? Jamaican them can teach her how to do it, you know. Them are the baddest to ever do it on TikTok, you know. She can do a game, a contest. You ever watch them?
Which means she has to put her face on camera and put the lights on. She probably melts by half.
Like I myself, I melt too. She better come on, money gone, money. Donut. Yes, people. She better learn for the thing. Because
Yeah, I see you with a gold card. I see you. Amen.
listen, I laugh hysterically. I think it's funny. Hey, some of them really go on with themselves, you know, what the TikTok. I don't know what it's called. But if you try it out one day, but then I laugh after that. I probably need to try it. I probably will be better off in life. Anyway, folks, make a run show. Do we have any announcements? Any church announcements? Any church announcements before we end the service for today?
Yes, so the member say Alexa birthday upon the 6th of April. So
yeah, right before Marlon. God have mercy. Oh my God.
So on the member say me no know birthday before the 6th of April. So make sure so I wish day that I want Sunday down. Yeah, I want Sunday.
All funds is directed to Mr. President. He will make sure Alexia got up.
Very much so. Very much so. I will do the counting before Mr. President gets it.
And don't forget Chip and the rest of the dogs.
And on that day, the dogs will be eating T-bone steak. Otherwise, I'm going to run up for Peck. Not coming to the place with no ton corn meal for the dog them for Alexa's birthday. Please and thank you. Yeah. All right. So those are the announcements. Any other announcements? The 7th of April is Marlon's birthday. Any other announcements? Do we have any other announcements?
April 9th is my daughter's birthday.
Okay, April 9th.
April 8th is my mommy's birthday.
All right. Those
She'll
are
be
the
91.
Oh,
So it's just one big celebration.
Yes, April 2nd is our cousin's birthday. April 4th is our niece's birthday. April 5th is my sister's birthday. April 7th are two cousin-in-law's birthday, including Marlon. Let me see. And now Alexia wants to add to the group. Thanks. I was missing a day. Thanks.
Your life supposed to colorful because we Aries and the boss, you know.
My dad was an Aries. My mom is an Aries. Most of my family are Aries.
When you have Aries in your life, set like jello, you know.
Whoa.
And those are the announcements. Govern yourselves
accordingly.
I look like how only Jalo and God church in here. Govern yourselves.
We're supposed to accordingly. I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Everybody is supposed to say accordingly. Govern yourselves
accordingly.
Let the choir say amen.
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 Never
it
could
all
have
the time.
made it. This is the
No, sing that no more. We could not make it. We'll make it straight through the doors. We can't. We're not singing that anymore.
this is a hymn that we close out with.
Oh, with my compost.
Never would have made it.
No, never would have paid it. That's what we sing now.
Antigua and Barbuda announces National Census Day on June 25. Yes, folks, tap up the screen. Tap up the screen. 25 minutes from the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone listening on QM. Go ahead, Mr. President.
So Antigua and Barbuda have a census day, but St. Lucia have to bring in the World Bank to take a census.
There is counting and there is counting. Get it?
You got all of you in timeout. Every single one of you. You notice there's one person behaving themselves in the class?
That would be me.
No, one single person behaving themselves in the class today.
Dr. Sharon's busy.
Dr. Sean is busy.
Dr. Sharon is busy. She just can't open her mic right now.
She busy. You probably see it.
In the class right now. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, let me tell you, I got so many stories. It's unreal. But one thing I don't do, I don't tithe. I give. I give. But you're not gonna tell me I gotta give you 10% of what I make. Are you gonna pay my loans? And the church, to me, don't do enough to help people out there, right? But I did see that clip about locking the door and he need 40,000. I'm like, I said, this gotta be. I said, somebody made this up. No, I mean it's crazy. Yeah, I even have a friend he's a contractor, and he is working on a church in New York. I'm not gonna tell you say where, because then that's gonna pinpoint. And they had to actually get permission. Okay, so the part of the story is allegedly the church got this member to will up their property to them. Yes, will the property, right? So, you know, church are nonprofit organizations, and they were able to get the property sold, which those funds were supposed to go to upgrading and fixing the church. But the person there siphoned off the money, and it's now a whole thing. And yeah, that it's crazy. I'm not gonna say any more than that, but that will give you the gist of what's going on. Yeah. So, you know what? My grandfather used to recite a poem about church. I don't remember it correctly off the top of my head. Maybe my sister, I think, remember it. But it's part of it. It says, I don't know. It's something like different reasons why people go to church. Some go to wink and nod. Some go to worship God. I mean, it's a poem that's actually really tell the story of the people who go to church. But yeah, but no, I don't. You're not automatically getting 10% of what I make. I'm not doing that because it's just too much thievery, too much fraud that go on in those churches, and they're the ones who drive in the Bentley. I'm not.
I see who will not be a board member in my church. Moments. Send it to the back pews.
It's okay. But I've been no board member. It's all right. Because I don't have to be in your church to worship God. Don't have to do that at all. So yeah. Yeah, I give, but you're not gonna tell me you need to see my tax return and get 10% of what? I wish that I would have moved. Absolutely not. I'm done. I'm not well behaved.
You see, we are the ones that are going to put on the back bench in the church because we're not worthy. You found the poem, Ja? What's the poem?
Dr. Sharon, is this it? Some go to church to take a walk. Some go there to laugh and talk. Some go to church for observation, but some go there for speculation. Some go there to meet a lover, and some go there a fault to cover. Some go there to meet a friend, and some go there time to spend. Some go there to sing a sonnet, but some go there to show their bonnet. Some go to church oppressed with grief. Some go there to find relief. Some go to hear a grand oration, and some go to glory the nation. Some go to hear about the war, and some go to show how good they are. Some go to repent and repenting, but some go hardened, unrelenting. Some go to praise, to pray and weep, but some go there to lounge and sleep. Some go to better their condition, some go to gain a good commission, while some go there to doze and nod. There's many who go to worship God.
Yes, that sounds like it. That sounds like it. I grew up with my grandfather saying that. Absolutely. That sounds exactly like it.
Well,
Of course, with the patois version.
Yes. Absolutely.
and this is where we cue I'm sorry, YouTube, I have to mute you. This is where we cue Ada Soldier's favorite song by Shaggy. It's called Shaggy, you ain't never lied. Hey.
Wow, so she was getting groovy with a minibus man. Ooh, okay. I wonder if he drove automatic or stick
Stick
shift.
shift. Gotta be a stick shift.
You see AT's message on YouTube?
What was that? Understood, but there is like being kicked out of the room because I'm not talking.
You know, every church have a Sister Paulette.
Everyone. And where does Sister Paulette like to sit, Mr. President?
You have the front of the pew, and they had to be leaned to one side.
Yeah, exactly.
And the glasses on the nostrils.
Looking scornfully at everyone.
And her skirts are usually what?
Ankles length.
Hey. Love the mercy. Hey. Antigua.
You got a black bag as well.
According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Prime Minister Gaston Brown has called on all residents of Antigua and Barbuda, regardless of their citizenship or immigration status, to fully participate in the upcoming 2025 population and housing census. Speaking at the official launch of the census and the newly renamed National Bureau of Statistics, formerly the Statistics Division, on Monday, Brown reassured the public that all data collected would remain confidential and would not be used for immigration enforcement. It doesn't matter your status, Mr. Brown said, as long as you're here, you are to be counted. My administration does not have a history of deporting people simply for being illegal, so you need not worry. Governor General Sir Rodney Williams highlighted the significance of the census for small island nations, stressing that it is more than just counting people. He described the census as a crucial tool that provides vital data on population composition, distribution, and living conditions, which is essential for sustainable development and effective decision making. Mr. Brown, do me a favor. Check with Pierre, a son named Pierre over there in St. Lucia, and let him know how you're doing it without funding from the world, what was it, the World Health Organization? What was it again, Mr. President?
From the World Bank?
World Bank, right.
The World Bank. The
World Bank, yes, same thing. Tell them all of them I want. Just
You don't
different departments. Eh?
You don't find this suspicious all of a sudden with all the interest in the Caribbean? Just saying.
No, but census is something that is done every several years, though, you know. I don't remember the frequency, but this is nothing new. It's probably just the time for it. Every 10?
Every 10 years. It
Every
should be
10.
done.
Yeah.
Every 10.
I don't, yeah, so it's probably the time for it to be done. What I don't like is the fact that St. Lucia is taking money from the, who you say, World Bank, and the World Bank is the one who is going to provide the statistics. They're the ones collecting the data about St. Lucia, which I have issues with. The data collection should be done by the Bureau of Statistics within the island of St. Lucia.
In all fairness, it is not they didn't name it a census. It's some poverty assessment, something. So we're saying a census. They did not name it a census.
A census.
But the information, based on the article, the information that they would derive from this poverty assessment can be derived from just conducting your census.
Facts. All right. Okay, so next up, Secretary Marco Rubio's talks with Barbados and Trinidad leaders focus on security and energy. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. And I'm just going to scroll down because yesterday we covered the portion for Jamaica. So I'll just move on down. Okay. So Rubio met with Barbados' Prime Minister Mia Mottley, where they discussed the strong historic ties between the U.S. and Barbados and U.S. support for CARICOM nations in combating transnational threats. In his meeting with Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister Stuart Young, Rubio thanked the government for its cooperation on energy security and efforts to deepen the security partnership. The two also discussed the naming of the Venezuelan criminal network, Tren de Aragua, Lord of mercy, I haven't talked this morning, as a foreign terrorist organization and ways to limit malign influence in the region. Rubio's next stops on the regional tour will include Guyana and Suriname as he continues to engage Caribbean leaders on critical regional issues. In the meeting, I don't know why they repeat this here, but anyway, let's keep it moving. Caribbean National Weekly, who is your editor? Because they repeated a paragraph or one segment 3 times. Anyway, let me scroll on down.
Because it was boring.
With his Caribbean tour continuing, Secretary Marco Rubio is set to visit Ghana and Suriname, where discussions are expected to focus on energy investments and broader economic partnerships. The trip highlights Washington's renewed engagement with the Caribbean, emphasizing security, economic resilience, and collaborative efforts to address regional challenges. Do we have anything to discuss? We just keep it moving.
You notice the issue of Cuba didn't come up in Barbados.
Because I want to believe that what's our darling president set the record straight. Come on, then back off now, as it relates to the Cuban medical personnel and Jamaica. Because remember I said, they went there without them just throw out things with no facts. Look at it. The state here was issuing travel advisories on Jamaica, constantly putting travel bans in place, or whatever you want to call it, travel advisories, level 3 travel advisories, sorry. And I said it was not until he got on the plane, the flight from Washington to Jamaica, that they realized, oops, that's a rough, we were misinformed. That now they're revising the travel advisory as it relates to Jamaica. But however, they have now slapped a travel advisory on Trinidad and Tobago. But go ahead, Adesoji. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, I was just also going to mention the fact that once Andrew Horner stood up to him, he knew if the so-called ally would stand up to him, regardless, what do you think the person that doesn't even agree with half of your policy will do? So, yeah.
Yeah, they got checked. And I was, you already know, I was very skeptical, very doubtful. I was not expecting. I thought, there was going to be isolation, right? I thought there was going to be a standalone situation, but he surprised me. And I truly ring the bell.
Kudos to you.
Show up.
At least maybe the missus took the visa away from him for a while, so that he focuses his mind on greater things.
Most you also know that Barbados do not have Cuban doctors and nurses, I don't think.
She said no.
But she already made it clear where her position is. And what you have to understand, I could guarantee you, they would not address this on any other trip to the Caribbean, because the Caribbean had unanimously speak out, even if they did it individually as countries, but they unanimously speak out and said this is not something they even willing to speak about. The relationship with the Caribbean and Cuba stands strong. They're standing firm in it. And if you want to take away your visas, so be it, take your visas.
Right.
So the message is clear. And I don't think that's a fight they want to take on, especially with China lurking through the Caribbean and stuff like that, because they literally don't give us nothing much. Yes, they're our largest trading partner, but you don't want to threaten that with the Caribbean governments, a peaceful place where you have good relations with. You don't want to mess up that over Cuba, which has been happening for the last 50, 60 years, whatever. So I don't think they would even take it on.
Right. All right. So moving right along, we hop on over to Barbados. BPWCCUL and Bayview Hospital join forces to ease healthcare costs for Bajans. Article courtesy of BarbadosToday.bb. In a move to make premium healthcare more affordable, the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited has announced a strategic partnership with Bayview Hospital. The initiative aims to reduce the financial burden of medical expenses for Barbadians, many of whom struggle to afford necessary procedures. The credit union will facilitate payment for healthcare services offered by Bayview through its loan programs. Current and potential members who qualify under the personal loan category will receive discounts on services. During a brief signing ceremony that was held at the headquarters on Thursday, Chief Marketing and Customer Experience Officer Gail Besternals underscored the pressing need for this partnership. She noted that a significant portion of personal loans granted by the credit union were for medical expenses. All right. Also, courtesy of Barbados Today.bb, in a significant enhancement of regional security and a rare announcement of foreign assistance from the United States under the Trump administration, the Regional Security System, RSS, has officially opened its logistics hub and marine center for excellence, bolstered by a multi-million-dollar funding from the U.S. Officials have touted the strategic development as a major milestone in combating drug trafficking, illicit trafficking, and illegal fishing, among other maritime threats. The two multi-million-dollar facilities located at Paragon Christchurch were commissioned on Wednesday during a ceremony attended by security officials and representatives of the U.S. government, which funded the projects through its Southern Command under Title 10 Counter Drug Assistance. This is interesting. Hey, Sally. Hey, Georgia. Georgia and I go back to from Servite days, way back from Pitney days too. Welcome, Georgia. Yeah. Are we on board with this, or do we have to have any concern? Because we're good with this one. Keep it moving. All right. Okay. Let the church say amen. Next up. According to NowGrenada.com, Grenada's the Blue Growth Coastal Master Plan of 2016 positions the island as a regional leader in sustainable ocean-based development, balancing economic growth with ecological resilience. As a research journalist, Michael Roberts has looked at this program process and implementation and came away with a list of positive takeaways and aspirational goals. So why does the blue economy matter? Well, with 80% of Grenada's gross domestic product, GDP, tied to tourism and fisheries, the country's reliance on its coastal ecosystems is undeniable. But the conundrum is that climate change threatens precisely these sectors through coral bleaching, coastal erosion, and water scarcity. The blue economy, therefore, offers some realistic solutions. Number one, ecotourism. Dive sites and yachting attract high-value visitors, while at the same time funding conservation. Number two, sustainable fisheries. Community-managed sanctuaries in Carriacou to rebuild fish stocks. This should be deliberate and carefully designed to improve and scale up not only the volume of the fishing capacity, but the quality of the human resource and productive sources development. And number three, ocean energy. Pilot projects explore offshore wind and tidal power to cut fossil fuel dependence and propel the Tri-Island Nation as a regional example of alternative and renewable energy sources. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have committed to protecting 25% of its near-shore habitats and launched the Blue Innovations Institute to drive research. Anything? Any comments? Keep it moving? All right. When I really shouldn't have nothing to say after I met me talk about the people that church for how long. Next up, U.S. warns Venezuela against attacking Guyana, saying it would not end well. What does that sound like today? Probably working. I don't know, Alexia. Send her a message on the TikTok there. The TikTok. Send Send her a message. Send her a message. Okay. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio. By the way, before me read the article today, I don't notice that he got thrown under the bus by his boss, right? And I'm referring to the statement that his boss made with regard to the what's it named, the Enemy Aliens Act, when the boss said he didn't know anything or he never signed it. It is and I'm sure that throw it over in what you call it, the hot potato in Rubio lap. Rubio, he better sleep with one eye open. Anyway, let me go ahead and get back to the article. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio has issued a stern warning to Venezuela, cautioning that any military action against Guyana or attacks on oil assets in the Stabroek bloc could have severe repercussions. It is the top of the hour. I want to say a quick thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, everyone here with me on YouTube Live, and all of you here with me on TikTok. Thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're on TikTok, hit that follow button. All right, so back to the article. Rubio made a statement during a press conference in Guyana on Thursday following a bilateral meeting with President Dr. Irfan Ali. He emphasized that any hostile move by Venezuela, including attacks on ExxonMobil operated facilities, would be a serious miscalculation. Be ye warned. Rubio said it would be a very bad day for the Venezuelan regime if they were to attack Guyana or attack ExxonMobil or anything like that. It would be a very bad day, a very bad week for them. It would not end well for them. That sounds like he is echoing our president, because that's what Mr. President would say, right? It would be a very bad, very bad, very bad, very
Yeah, I
bad.
thought he was legally trained. Why is he talking like a toddler?
Yeah, you know the hand movement.
Yeah.
Little,
Little hands, and you know what they say about
the mouth pulted up. Yeah, why is he speaking? He is an attorney. So why is he speaking like this? Come on, Rubio. I spent good money to send you to school. Come on now, do better. It would be a very bad day, a very bad week for them, and it would not end well for them. While refraining from detailing, hold on 1 second, Mr. President, 1 second. While refraining from detailing potential U.S. actions, he pointed to the presence of a U.S. Navy vessel in Guyana's waters as a demonstration of American military capabilities. Go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry. The president of Grenada, please speak up.
I'm wondering why they starting to this thing about Venezuela invading Guyana and all this stuff. Why there is so much heat on that right now? Why we don't just try to find a resolution to the dispute that's been ongoing for so long?
What are the two
why you
words
manufacturing consent?
There you go.
And it's nothing to do with Guyana. It's Exxon. They're trying to protect Exxon. Who knows if Exxon is not fleecing Guyana? Because Guyana have so much oil now. Everybody's keep carried away. Oh, we just found so much. Oh, there is so much. Everybody wants to do business with Guyana now. I hope the Guyanese in the back counting their coins and preserving their oil for the good of the Guyanese people. Because as we said years ago here, a lot of Guyanese will get rich. I hope the economy benefits. Take a page from some of the Sahel state leaders, use the resources of the people to lift the country. And don't give away all your oil to this. Anyhow. Hey, you. We lost moments for a while also.
I think she stepped away.
Okay.
Shot.
Yeah, this whole the US 1 minute, didn't they fight on the side of Venezuela against the British when all this dispute started? Now you're in Guyana corner because you're getting Guyana oil at a discount. These people, and they're just going around trying to fight with everybody. We can't settle any dispute now, like grown-ups.
Human beings. Mm-hmm.
They are the original tyrants, I swear. Or at least as one of the fruit of the
No,
main
they're
tree.
not the original. Here's what happened, Alexa. They were taught by the Brits and the Spaniards, right? And the Portuguese. And the Brits, the Spaniards, and the Portuguese kind of scaled back, you know. But them said, no, we're gonna turn it up. We are gonna be the biggest and the baddest with this thing. And they have not sought to just quell. Go ahead, Soji, you come to defend the kingdom. Go right ahead.
Yeah. We
By
will
the
not be
way,
surprised.
how is King Charles doing this morning?
He's being monitored.
He's being monitored, but he was sent home, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
what have the doctor said?
Yeah, the doctor in palace will keep an eye on him and ensure that His Majesty is not worse for wear, as we
Yeah,
say.
because long live the king.
And long may he rule over us.
Amen.
Yes,
Hallelujah.
including Jamaica as well. So you're part of the realm. Yeah, it's this matter has long been settled. We have no part of it, and so our name will not be called in disparagingly. Sorry. The Americans, can. I mean, he said it. There's a boat out there. If anybody comes, we would. How shall I say it? Make the place very excitable.
But here's the thing, Adasoji. I hope Irfan Ali recognizes that the boat is not there for Guyana. It's there for Exxon. Because they're not there to defend Guyana. They're there to defend Exxon. And I hope Irfan Ali doesn't think, oh, we're friends. They're here to protect us. No, boo. They're not there for you.
I don't think that thought is lost on him. He's well clear that this is a marriage of convenience. At the time, ExxonMobil has seen something closer to home, can tap into it, which is why he went there on account of capital. The United States don't do anything in terms of diplomacy for free.
Right.
Yeah, even long before the days of Trump,
Amen.
they've never done anything for free. So I don't think that will change anytime soon.
All right. Well, be ye warned. Be ye warned. And as I said last week, we don't want a problem in the Caribbean. We like peace. We don't want problems.
Yeah, I just hope the Guyanese government don't follow up with him on this and start talking this war thing. Next thing you know, Guyana don't even have giving money to the people, but they start buying all kind of military equipment to support the American military complex. That all is part of it, So whatever little money go to Guyana now, instead of going to the people development, you'll be buying gun because you have to defend yourself against Venezuela.
Pew, pew.
These are kind of nonsense.
Pew, pew,
There
Mr.
you-
President. Pew, pew. All right. Remember, James is on vacation. I don't know. Niece probably gone in office. I don't know. I'm not sure. All right. So moving right along. Next up, Bruce Golding. What is Uncle Bruce saying now? Bruce Golding warns Haiti is close to becoming a failed state. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Former Jamaican Prime Minister Bruce Golding warned Wednesday that Haiti is perilously close to being a failed state, urging the international community to take a more active role in addressing the country's escalating crisis. Golding, a member of the Caribbean Community Eminent Persons Group, which is facilitating dialogue among Haitian stakeholders, expressed doubts about Haiti's ability to hold elections later this year. During a World Bank-sponsored webinar on Haiti, Golding highlighted the growing influence of gangs in Port-au-Prince since the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. The security situation has continued to deteriorate under the interim administration of Prime Minister Ariel Henry, making it virtually impossible to hold elections within the constitutionally mandated period of 120 days, he stated. Golding criticized the interim government's failure to restore constitutional authority and provide basic public services, which he said has eroded public trust in the government and its institutions. He noted that CARICOM had been working with Haitian leaders to establish a transitional council following the collapse of Henry's government, but progress had been slow due to ongoing political divisions. Uncle Bruce, come to the front. Come. Do me a favor, Uncle Bruce. You and Uncle Andrew and everybody, now that Uncle Andrew stood up to the US, and I feel very proud, very proud of him. I think that opens the door for all of you, yourself, and everyone across, all the leaders across the Caribbean, all the CARICOM leaders, right, to come together and start to speak the truth about Haiti and why Haiti is in the position that it's in. Everybody keeps avoiding the truth, just like with over there in the Middle East. And it, who was it? Was it said here, or did I hear a video where it was said, until a people are dealt with in the right manner, there will be no peace. There will be no peace. It is time for people to be held accountable for their role in the decimation, the destruction of a nation. Oh, France, by the way, I don't know how you're so boldly hypocritical, France. You know, I don't agree with leave it, but I kind of agree with her. Have several seats. Just on the sentence that she made. How are you going to be asking back for the Statue of Liberty because there's, you know, there's no alignment anymore with values, but you're not finding it in your hearts to say, you know what, let us give back to Haiti even 50% of the reparations that we had them pay us because the slave owners lost revenue with the abolition of slavery in Haiti. So let's stop with the hypocrisy. So shut up about the Statue of Liberty until you're ready to cough up some money and put back in the coffers of Haiti. Let's do that. You see, the left hand don't seem to know what the right hand is doing, and the right don't know what the left is doing. But those of us who are in the middle or on the outside, we're fully aware. I would like CARICOM to ask for the gold to be returned to Haiti. I don't see why another country should be safeguarding, because it's like, I said this the other day. You remember when you're picking and you grow up and your parents give you on $20, hey Steve, and your parents give you on $20. Not your parents, a relative will give you a $20 for your birthday or something. Or your grandmother will squeeze you a little money. And especially mothers, it's like them know how to sniff it out, so you have this money. And them like to tell them I could keep it for you, and that is it, you know, see the money again. You don't see the money ever again. Well, this is what has happened to Haiti. The gold was removed from Haiti for safekeeping, and Haiti needs to get their gold back. Haiti needs to give back Haiti their gold, and France give back Haiti their money. That's all I'm saying. Start there, Mr. Golding. Impress upon the leaders throughout the Caribbean to come together and advocate for Haiti. They don't need no arms on the ground. They don't need no boots on the ground. Take out all of that. Give them back what they need. Give them back their resources. The United Nations has been in Haiti for how long, Mr. President? How long has the United Nations been there?
Since Alamos Alal.
Okay.
How
long have peacekeeping missions been in Haiti?
There's Citibank to send back Haiti return on the investment for taking the Haitian money to start Citigroup.
By the way, wonder if that's some of the gold. True, Steve. I wonder if that's some of the gold that is over there in by the way, them go check on the gold of Fort Knox. Didn't Trump say that him and Elon supposed to go audit the gold to make sure the gold is there?
Yeah, we assuming the gold is still there.
Wait a minute. Him and Elon, nobody else is gonna go audit the gold. That's what you just said.
Oh Lord. So my uncle was throwing, what do you call it now? He was feeding the chickens because of the de-dollarization of the US dollar from its very high horse. What has been happening is that the only trading commodity that is out there right now is gold. So he wanted to make sure that what he has was a $10 that is on record, because now they're using planes to fly the gold in. For whatever reason, yeah. So they're scampering now, trying to get gold from everywhere, trying to get it here to get it to stabilize. Because at some point in time, all those BRICS nations, all those BRI nations, right? All of them are going to come together and use one currency, and it won't be the US.
By the way, how the collection plate looking, Mr. President? We're having a collection because I truth we talk, yes, sir.
Dr. Sharon has not contributed yet. She's in the back of the pew. But on the thing with BRICS, right? And the single currency that a lot of people are scared about. America has been pushing the rest of the world in that direction. And yes, the de-dollarization is happening, but not like how people is looking at, oh, they're trying to dump the US dollar because they're trying to get rid of it. No, they're trying to hedge their bets that, listen, the way the American government weaponize the US dollar against the Russian people, because the money that it froze was belonging to the Russian central bank, not oligarchs. Everybody look and say, well, we are investing in the US. And if they have that much power to take our money because it's held in US dollars and stuff like that, then we need to do something differently. So the whole rise of the BRICS, and yes, people were speaking about it before, has a lot to do with the way America has been treating people. And other countries are sitting there and saying, okay, so when I fall out with you, I would be next. And that is the alternative trading systems and so on. If you look at how trade works, for instance, commodities and so going to the Chicago Exchange, sometimes they make money on trades that don't even pass through this place because they're making a market for it. So you see a lot more bilateral trades, let's say vis-a-vis, for instance, China and Brazil and stuff like that. But there will be a rise of a competing currency or competing exchanges and stuff like that. And now the BRICS countries realize, listen, the global South GDP is doing much more than the G7. So why are we at their women fancy? Why do we allow them to manipulate our currencies and put no value on it, and their currencies, which is backed by absolutely nothing, they're just printing it. Why is it valued so much? So that is why the whole thing about moving the gold into the US, somehow, like JP Morgan and them, is saying that there is an arbitrage. So essentially, by taking the gold by plane, the cost of the plane flight and everything like that, moving the gold from one destination to the next, they still can make a profit on it, essentially. That's what you're telling me. But there have to be more to it. That's just high level on the surface. But BRICS is here to stay. And it is expanding daily. More and more countries are on it. And don't forget about the Belt and Road Initiative from China that have over 100 countries, 150 countries or something like that sign up including European countries. So this is not just the global south. I mean, the world is changing. And at the rate America is going ahead right now, trying to bully people into decision making, it will backfire on them. People at the stage now where they're saying, listen, let us do business. Let us respect each other. Let us both benefit. What you're doing cannot work. And by the time America realizes it, it might be too late. I yield.
Well, in 4 years, if anything is left, it will be late. It will be late indeed. All right, so whilst I can respect your being vocal, Mr. Golding, as I said, please see how you can lead the effort with regard to the truth being told as it relates to Haiti and what really needs to be done to restore some sense of normalcy to that country. It has been long enough. Yesterday we spoke about the grave injustice that was done to them. They were preyed upon by international organizations where money was raised, billions of dollars raised. But how much of it did Haiti get? Probably nothing. And this is why I do not give. I'm sorry, I do not give. I do not give to the Red Cross. I do not give to none of them. Because somehow administrative costs seem to absorb the funding to the tune of 90%, where 10 cents out of every dollar probably trickles down to those who should be benefiting. And I'm not telling you not to give. That's on you. When I'm at the checkout at the supermarket or wherever, and then I ask me if I want to contribute, I hit that no button faster than lightning can strike in the sky. Because you're not going to get a tax write-off off of my back either. No, it's not happening. If me go give, me give directly to the people them. Haiti has been taken advantage of for the longest. And not today. And not today. They are being punished for their freedom. Is not today. Holness Rubio pledged continued partnership to address Haiti crisis. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. As Haiti grapples with escalating gang violence, political instability, and a worsening humanitarian crisis, regional leaders are reaffirming their commitment to finding solutions. Let me tell you something. You don't have to be the leader of no damn country. You don't have to have no PhD. You don't have to have no big degree, speak with big English according to Adesoji. Just be honest about what's going on. Finding solutions. You know how long I search for solutions? This is the longest game of hide and seek that I have ever seen. Who used to play hide and seek as a child? This is a dragged out game of hide and seek. All now you can't find one I look for. What do you mean you can't find a solution? How hard can it be to find a solution? Explain that to me. Exactly how hard can it be? It's not that y'all don't know what to do. Sell that story to somebody else, not to a group of intelligent people. A group of people who think and have the ability to do research. Don't insult our intelligence like this. Don't do that. Go ahead.
See, Haiti's biggest challenge is foreigners, right? Foreigners going into a system and as a result, they're assisting themselves. And this is where CARICOM comes in, because Haiti has coffee, sugar, cotton. I don't know what indigo is, what they have it, and cocoa. How many of these is being imported or exported to the rest of the Caribbean? How many of these items are being imported outside of the Caribbean, as opposed to helping Haiti by committing to buying these things from them, ergo providing a source of income for the persons for them to help themselves. Because they're in so much poverty, they've cut down all the trees. And because they're cut down all the trees, every time there's a rain, there's a flood, there's a whole devastation of the environment. And I think if they get the help and the commitment via, starting with CARICOM, right? Starting with CARICOM to say, listen, we commit to taking this from you over the next 5 years, over the next 3 years, and they start back their agricultural production. This will encourage them, instead of fighting, hey, go farm, right? Or put up factories so that you can, increase production or getting these things in place. They have stuff that is being used in other Caribbean islands, right? They don't have a source of income because every time they do anything, all of the money goes over to France. Get rid of that bank, start their own. They have to start somewhere. But it starts with going back to basics, get agriculture going, ergo employment. Less persons will have a reason to fight because they know they can take care of themselves. And then peace will eventually, I think, be restored to the area because that's all it is. They're fighting for whatever it is that is going on with the foreigners because the foreigners are also influencing them to create a civil unrest so that they can try and influence who it is that needs to be in power.
Thank you, Niece. So I pulled up some information here, and I know it's information that we've shared here before, but of course, we do have new members to the family of Coffee and Joe. We have new listeners online, new viewers on YouTube, as well as persons here on TikTok. So just a quick overview. Haiti's natural resources include bauxite, copper, calcium carbonate, gold, and marble, with some estimates suggesting significant gold deposits and potential for oil and natural gas. Minerals. Bauxite deposits are found on the southern peninsula, though large-scale mining was discontinued in 1983. Copper and gold quantities are found in the north. Calcium carbonate has been extracted in Haiti, marble extracted in Haiti, and then, of course, you have lime and aggregates that are also extracted. We talk about energy. Hydroelectricity provides roughly half of the power generated in the country. Thermal power. The remainder comes from thermal, mainly coal-fired plants, especially in Port-au-Prince. Energy dependence. Haiti is heavily dependent on energy imports, petroleum and petroleum products, and firewood or charcoal for cooking. Potential for oil and natural gas. Some estimates suggest Haiti could have significant reserves of oil and natural gas, potentially larger than Venezuela. One estimate suggests 142 million barrels of oil and 159 billion cubic feet of natural gas, with undiscovered reserves possibly holding up to 941 million barrels of crude oil and about 1.2 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Yesterday, I played a video. If you were all in class, up front and center, taking notes, paying attention, as you should, because remember, we have finals coming up. I played a video for us, and I'm going to repeat the video today. Just take a listen.
If you want to break with these imperialist forces, it's simple. We denounce the agreements. Everything starts from there. I think the example of Chad in any case is tangible. They started by denouncing the agreements. Otherwise, if we don't denounce the agreements, just saying that the bases leave, we haven't done anything. Because the problem lies in the colonial agreements, the defenses that have been signed since independence. The most dangerous is not the one you see in the bases. The most dangerous are the military advisors. Military advisors exist in all these countries. They existed in Burkina as well until the end of 2022, until we took responsibility. And who are these military advisors? They are the ones who are supposed to implement France's policy here They must work to make our armies very weak so that France can always have the argument to exist here. Under their influence, they had succeeded. Our sentinels were therefore standing guard with sticks. That's what France wants from our armies. When we reach this stage, we have no choice but to want them to come and settle. But the Burkinabe army managed to get rid of the military advisors. Unfortunately, I think that in 2019, after Operation Otapono, where the French saw that the Burkinabe army still had the capacity to respond to terrorists, they called the chiefs of staff in France. They instructed him to reintegrate the military advisors throughout the structure. Well, they did not agree. But upon returning to the country, the politicians instructed him to accept the military advisors. And that's when the military advisors returned to the Burkinabe army in 2019. With all the consequences we know, the army was on the verge of disappearing in the years 2020, 2021. And indeed, this is the time when many soldiers had to desert because there was no longer any hope. We were in the process of collapsing. That's a bit how they work at the General Staff headquarters. In all army headquarters, in the schools, they are the ones who are supposed to dictate the policy of our army. They are the ones who tell us when to recruit, how to recruit, and what to do with them. They are in the schools to tell us how to train them, and so on. As long as these military advisors are there, you are not independent. Your army will just have the appearance of an army that is there to perform parades, a circus. But when war comes, you will realize that a parade is one thing, but war is another thing. You have to break the agreements. It's the only way to have an independent army and build strength. But many people do not understand this, perhaps. And even with these agreements, France selects from our states officer cadets to go and train them. It's through these same agreements. But in reality, these officers who go to train, for the most part for France, they come to serve the French state in their country. They do not come to serve our countries. They train them so that they come to serve the interests of the French state. I can provide evidence of this. When we revolted, many officers in Burkina who were trained in France were immediately contacted to tell them that it was time to take action because you were trained for this, to serve France's interests. Most of these officers reported back to us. We took note and we continued to monitor. When an officer trained in France returns to his country and unfortunately dies, either by accident or on the battlefield. In France, there is a night of tribute to the fallen in the army, as there is everywhere else. During the night of tribute to the fallen, the name of the officer in question is mentioned, and it is said, died for France. They do not train him to serve his country, they train him to serve their state. And in many African states, there are plenty of such officers. If you want to break with these imperialist forces, it's simple, we denounce the agreements. Everything starts from there. I think the example of Chad in any case is tangible. They started by denouncing the agreements.
All right, sorry.
Otherwise, if
Yeah. Yes. Different country, but are there similarities heard or suggestions heard that could be replicated when we talk about Haiti? We've said this several times. If you don't leave those people alone, there'll never be peace. We keep putting people there for our benefit, for our gain. We don't listen to the people of the country. We refuse to listen to the people of the country. Why? Why are we disrespecting the citizens of said country? We create a problem in their country, and when they come to our country, we want to get rid of them. And as I'm saying that, who sent me the video this morning had me dying with laughter. Dying with laughter, cracking up, almost pass out, laughing, hysterical. How? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I was cracking the heck up. I think it was it you who sent it to me? No, that must me can't remember. With the woman screaming and carrying on at the airport as it relates to Mexico. I think it's hilarious. I'm sorry. We don't like to be mistreated or made to feel less than, right? But we're okay doing it to other people. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, we don't like it, but we keep doing it to other people. You know, we need to check ourselves. We really need to check ourselves. Who sent it to me? I can't remember now. Was it you, Jack? I can't remember now. I can't even find the video.
I don't think it was yesterday, baby. It was the day before. It might have been me because I remember seeing that. It was
Yes, me find it. Yes, are you? Are you are the culprit?
Now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where travelers are experiencing some changes during spring break travel. If you're heading south of the border for your vacation, you'll need more than just your passport. Mexico is now requiring U.S. citizens to fill out an immigration form before they can cross. And it's created incredibly long lines at the port of entry.
This process is not new, but Mexican immigration authorities are now strictly enforcing it, leaving people waiting hours to get into Mexico and having to pay.
Countless Arizonans, Jim McCauley and his wife who live in Scottsdale, were heading into Mexico for a day trip.
It's something we've done many, many times before.
They usually go in on foot and say the process is easy.
Normally walking into Mexico is just like walking into a Walmart.
But on Thursday, when they got to the point of entry in Yuma, that wasn't the case.
The line was very, very long.
U.S. citizens traveling into Mexico not only have to bring their passport, but now must obtain a travel visa.
Now to the U.S.-Mexico.
I love that. But from Whopper kill Philip, from Jesus was a little boy, from the beginning of time, it has always been easy for the US to go in, for US citizens to go into other countries. Imagine you just walk across the border, but the Mexicans can't just walk across the border into their own country. Oh, go do your history, US citizens. If you don't know the history, go do your history. I'm not here to teach you that one. Yeah, man, go do your history.
I'm all for it. Give them back what you're giving to us.
I mean, fair is fair. Fair is fair. But back to Haiti. Leave Haiti alone. Okay. Left the people them alone. Me I beg no do. Allow the people them. Stop interfering with them, because let these people live in peace. There will be no peace until they're left alone. Okay, me don't talk. And if we don't do it all next year, them time, I will still talk about the same thing. We are going to be on the hamster's wheel. On Haiti, we look forward to a continued partnership with the United States as we seek to work with the Haitian leadership and stakeholders to address the ongoing crisis in Haiti. The extraordinary humanitarian, civil, and national security challenges in Haiti pose an acute threat to Haitians, to regional stability, and indeed to its close neighbors, including Jamaica. We agreed that we must do everything we can to stabilize the security situation in Haiti so that they are better able to build capacity and address their political and humanitarian challenges. Next up. I had no role in FinSAC whatsoever, declares Golding. This article, courtesy of loopnews.com. Opposition leader and People's National Party president, Mark Golding, says he played no role in Jamaica's financial sector meltdown of the 1990s, which led to the creation of the Financial Sector Adjustment Company, FinSAC. I quote, "I had no role in FinSAC whatsoever. I was in the private sector. I was an attorney at law, and I was involved in business as well. So, that was an environment we all had to navigate in the financial sector at the time. And we did it skillfully enough that we never had to ask FinSAC for any support," declared Golding at a PNP press conference on Wednesday. FinSAC was created by the then PNP administration of the 1990s to deal with the fallout from the collapse of the financial sector. Golding's response came after Prime Minister Andrew Holness sought to blame the PNP for the financial meltdown during that period during his budget debate presentation last Thursday. Holness then asked, "Who were the beneficiaries of this wealth transfer from the poor to the rich? Is there anyone in this House of Representatives who was a part of this ill-conceived policy, whose business it was to profit from the great transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich?" But Golding argued that during the financial crisis, FinSAC ensured the depositors, pensioners, and persons with insurance didn't lose any money. And yes, FinSAC cost the country quite a lot of money, and we took time to work our way out of that, he added. He said that era is long gone, pointing to the country's debt to GDP ratio now being at 68%. Several businesses collapsed during the 1990s as a result of the financial instability at that time, and a commission of inquiry was held in 2008 to assist in determining the causes of the meltdown. A final report was never presented by the commissioners, but the FinSAC Commission archives were posted online by the Finance Ministry last year. What has been a real waste of expenditure was the over $100 million that the government has spent on a commission of inquiry into FinSAC, which has not delivered a report. That's a scandal, Golding asserted. We seem to have a habit, I'm going to stand up beside Mr. Golding for a second here. We seem to have a habit of shelling out money for reports that are not final. Now, the same thing that happened with the salary increase, the recommendation, but there's no report to date. Or did we get a report? Hey, green-eyed girl, thank you. Did we get a report about the salary increases for the parliamentarians? Did we get that? And the 300% increase for the governor general? Have we got that report? Did we get a final report? Because if memory serves me well, the salary increases were done based upon a recommendation from a draft. Please, I want to be corrected because I don't want to be saying the wrong thing. So let me insert the word allegedly. I need somebody to verify for me that we did in fact get a final submission, and we, the taxpayers, have access to that submission, that report.
Did they get a final report for the unaccounted for trillions? Isn't there some money still unaccounted for? Because they say it's not missing.
Please talk to Javette about
It's
that.
unaccounted, undocumented, some fancy word I can't remember.
It is audited, unaudited.
Thank you. Please get it right, Mr. President. Don't come in here with your facetiousness. Not because you're from a small island over there in the east. You want to come try put our big island pan blast. Tell him again, Ja. It is what? Because I don't think he's hearing. Tell him again, Ja. It's what?
Audited, unaudited.
Get it right, Mr. President. Out of order.
It's taking you 10 years to get an audit done. I'm not sure if you want to say anything to anybody else. The Ministry of Finance was, 2.5 to 3 years behind are at least 1.5 to 3 years behind. And that's the Ministry of Finance, the people distributing and counting the finance. And they can't even do the audit report.
I hope the
Are the
committee is
audited,
squeaky clean over there, you know.
are the Auditor General in stitches?
I hope Deacon Mitchell is squeaky clean over there in Grenada. Okay? Don't make me go run an audit on him over there to find unaudited things and unaccounted for things. Lord of mercy. Why is Bounty Killer in my head? I don't know. Poor people fed up. We're tired of the back and forth. And we tend to keep living in the past like we're a ride horse. So who's in that one there? A Bounty or Beanie? Boy, stop living in the past. Stop remember when man a ride horse. How do that one there again? Me confused. Too many songs in my head. We keep living in the past. Put on the horse cat and let's move forward, no? But again, I say $100 million on a commission of inquiry. No, man, that's a waste of money. We throw money at things arbitrarily and with scant regard. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Tasha, you want to see me advertise the people them things for the people that make goodie bag. You know what happened to me, Tasha? Lord of mercy. You know what happened to me? Remember, which one of the oils it was? The body oil, the goddess glow oil. Me never closed the bottle properly. And Lord of mercy, half of my bottle, half of what was left in my bottle drained out to the plastic bag. I begs. But it was all worth it. Yeah. It's all good though. But I've one order I come through with the place. My order. Yeah, girl.
That's okay. Just turn the plastic bag inside out and you see.
Lord of mercy. All right. No, all right, yeah, Mr. Golding, and I'm not for hot you. All of what you do. That a go on September. September? Okay, next up, let's head on over to St. Lucia. As a matter of fact, I think I have one more as it relates to Jamaica. Before I forget, my day with my careless what this self I go on with myself today. JHTA welcomes U.S. government's pledge to revisit travel advisories. This one, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. The Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA, is applauding the U.S. government's commitment to reevaluate its travel advisories against Jamaica. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio made the pledge during his brief visit on the island on Wednesday. President of the JHTA, Robin Russell, says significant strides have been made to address the issues outlined in the advisories.
I am very happy with the tone of the conversation where, the U.S. has regarded us as a very important partner, which we know we are, and we regard them equally as important or even more important. We have been doing a lot of work in tourism in collaboration with the government in addressing the issues that were brought up in even the January travel advice. And you saw the tone softening a little bit in the July advisory. And we are very encouraged that the new Secretary of State has seen the progress that we've made.
The July 2024 U.S. Travel Advisory urged its citizens to reconsider traveling to Jamaica due to a high level of crime and substandard medical services. At the time, Mr. Russell said the news created some levels of panic, with many potential guests making inquiries on the matter. Approximately 80% of the country's tourism arrivals are from the U.S. Mr. Russell is optimistic that the revised travel advisory will further boost that figure.
We're hoping that it will be reflected in the upcoming travel advisory. Anything negative, affects tourism, whether just seeing it or by regulations, as in insurance or group travel. So when we have a positive outcome, then it gives us the opportunity to reach into more markets. So it would definitely be an added bonus not having to deal with a negative travel advisory.
That was Robin Russell, president of the JHTA. right? And that's it for Jamaica. Yeah, we're done with Jamaica. Go ahead, Ja.
That was very good
Oh,
messaging
sorry,
from
Mr.
And it
President.
just said wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ja. Go ahead. Ja,
The
where you
article just said substandard in my kitchen.
Oh,
I must
okay.
be in a dead zone.
Probably.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
Can you
on.
hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, Verizon, got you.
The article just said substandard is a
Okay, you're in and out, Ja. You're in and out. I'm not sure what's going on, but you're in and out. Ja, Mr. President, got you. Because Ja is in the kitchen avar.
I was saying it's very good messaging from Jamaica to punks on what was said and to get that mileage and to try to soften the US stance. So I think the messaging was very good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Okay, we
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can you hear me now? Go ahead.
So the article said substandard medical team, but yet you wanted them to get rid of doctors that are helping out your substandard medical industry. Okay, I'm sorry. I must have heard it wrong, right?
Ja, turn it down. I don't know what happened today. Friday, and we have to let go some things on a Friday. Monday we come back in full effect and rip them to pieces. But Ja has a valid point. And that is why I said what I said yesterday. They were just issuing, and I said it again this morning earlier. Them just a throw out things from the Caribbean. Just a dash out power, like we name Dash Out a road. And we name Dash Out. So then fling we out. They don't respect us, Jack. They don't respect us. They don't. Because if they respected us, they would not have done that. They would have sought to have the facts in place before making those assertions. Them no respect we. We are so little gal and so little boy. We are out the road. That's how they handle us. And we allow them to treat us that way. I bet you said I'm not try that with Bermuda. As little as Bermuda is. I bet you said I'm not try that with Cayman Islands. Oh, because them owe Cayman Islands money. Don't you know for frightened? Yes, and in case you didn't know, the United States of America they are indebted to the Cayman Islands. Look it up. What's that? Who else we indebted to? Big bad USA. We're full of speech and we're back it week. And who sing that one there again? Russell, you're the DJ Pandek. Full of big speech and then back it week. Stop, bata, never straight. Yeah. What's up, Drake? Them know but you see them know all. I bet you if them did all Jamaica money, it would be a different approach, Ja. I guarantee you. Frisco kid. Thank you, Dre. Full of big speech and then back it week. There's a song for everything that we can tie to everything that we're talking about. It's amazing. All right. Next up, Golden Dragon faces backlash for asserting any PM must be born in St. Lucia. Article courtesy of loopnews.com. Bain Golden Dragon Nathaniel, who has indicated a plan to form a political party, the People's National Movement, and to contest the Castries South seat in the next election, was heavily criticized by callers to the talk show Newsmaker Live on Wednesday. Nathaniel faced a flurry of negative comments, including some callers who described him with derogatory remarks after he stated that to become the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, a person must be born in St. Lucia. He added that if the person was not born in St. Lucia, he or she should only be given a ministerial post, provided they have been living in the country for over 10 years and are invested in the country. Some callers took further umbrage when he said, to represent me, You must look like me a bit and speak like me a bit. He went on to describe opposition leader Alan Chastanet as looking like a fella from Afghanistan. Whoa. Stop it. Stop it, Nathaniel. Don't do that. One caller said, if I had a circus, I will not want you to manage it because you're a big political joker. Another said, this man is a big joke. He does not look like a politician. He looks more like a gadda, which is a fortune teller, people. Asking him why he didn't take off the rings on his fingers. Somebody else said, I think this gentleman should go to Afghanistan to see if he can get a job there. Nobody will join your party because tonight you just made yourself look stupid, another one said. You need to be out of politics because you are a racist. You'll be a Donald Trump, another said. And another, could you imagine yourself as Prime Minister of this country? Nathaniel, who had contested the Castries South seat in 1997 as an independent candidate and got less than 20 votes, replied by saying, I am going to be the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He fired back at some of the callers who tried to degrade him. He said, don't be so dumb, don't be silly, go back to school. Your words are empty. The show had reached a point where some callers had to be cut off by its host because of their derogatory comments. The United Workers' Party recently condemned pushing racist agendas aimed at white and mixed St. Lucians in a release. Shouldn't matter the color of your skin. If you're born on an island, that makes you eligible to be the leader of an island. Now, what I will agree with him on saying is that you should be born there at least to be a leader. Isn't that the standard for most countries? That you have to be a natural born citizen. You have to be born in the country to be able to be a prime minister, president, leader. I don't know. But in the Caribbean, I have noticed a trend where I pick up a dirty habit in the Caribbean and I don't like it. We were not these people. And I don't want us to become like the US. I don't want us to become like the US where we promote division. That's not who we are. That is not who we are. Let me remind you, Nathaniel, race is a social construct. That has successfully controlled us. How we move and how we think and how we operate. And if you, as someone who is desirous of becoming a leader, don't push that thing away, instead of being sucked into that vacuum, you have no place being a leader. There's no place for you as a leader. I'm sorry. Because what you're going to do is divide your country. I know. No matter what you look like, once you're born in Jamaica, you're Jamaican. Right, that's so. Why are we taking on the habits of the US now, trying to pit us against each other? So what if you're a Caucasian, but you're still, can't you be St. Lucian? You can't bond it? If I day a bond, that makes you a St. Lucian, regardless of what you look like. Cut it out. So I don't blame the callers. I don't blame them at all. They don't want that kind of behavior in their country. They don't want a leader who holds up those ideals to represent them. I stand with them, the people of St. Lucia. Go sit on one side. Have several seats. All right, next up, where we go. So, oh, geez. So, I don't know if y'all saw this one about a social media influencer. She had to apologize for defecating in cemetery grounds. Lady. This happened in, was Was it Trinidad and Tobago? Let me go ahead and get into this article. According to loopnews.com, model and social media influencer Gabrielle Fekire has apologized for the offense caused after confessing in a now viral video that she defecated on a grave in a cemetery during recently concluded carnival festivities. In an apology video posted to TikTok, she said that she didn't relieve herself on a grave, but rather in a bushy area in a corner of the cemetery. She said, I sincerely apologize to anyone that I offended with that story and anyone I offended. I promise you, your graves are safe. I did not do anything to this. I would never do that. And I sincerely apologize that I offended you. And I do take accountability for the situation that I was in. I'm hoping that this story would help others when they are here for carnival. Maybe not have a full breakfast and a full lunch. Maybe fast for the day. Maybe only have snacks. Maybe not alcohol if your stomach can't handle it. Fekir explained that she at first tried using the restroom facilities provided by the mass band Yuma earlier in the day, but when she went in, the portable toilets were full of excrement. I didn't want to squat over because I felt like if I squat over, I might touch someone else's stuff. So I'm like, you know what? It's still early. I can hold it. Let me just go back on the road and then hopefully find a restaurant or business or somewhere that I can use a restroom. When the urge to use the bathroom became dire, she tried to find the washroom trucks, but none were in sight. That's when she noticed several masqueraders going into a graveyard and assumed there was a bathroom available. She said, I followed them in and I realized there is no bathroom. Everyone is just squatting around the sides where the wall is and doing their business. Fekir noting that if it wasn't an emergency situation, she would have waited. Fekir said at no time did she walk on any graves to poop, which contradicts a comment made in her original video where she explained that she had to crawl into a crypt. Fekir hopes her experience will be a learning lesson for. But my never bigger question.
How's she gonna snitch on other people?
Other than that,
How's she gonna snitch on other people?
but she wash her hand.
She didn't.
It's a crap. She got a crap, you know.
She did it like your crab lady.
So what she wipe with? That's nasty.
I was gonna say something, but I won't.
Nise crab fest. That's nasty. And then you're gonna come wind up on people and want to hold on on people. Can you imagine after you're done, do? You go back into the masquerade.
Next.
And you already don't have much clothes on already, right? So the string, no, let me be quiet.
Well, let's just read the story and move on. Litikiri or whatever she name alone, eh?
Mr. President, you
this
were
is
late.
not this is not the normal this is not the normal experience. So let's just leave that to her.
Mr. President, you were late. It's Whatless Friday. Okay? It's Whatless Friday. You were late.
But why would she even want to put something like that on social media to begin with? Some people just, I don't know. She lost. I know she's viral right now. I know she's viral.
Never look her up right now because I want to see her TikTok. I said, she must have a TikTok. She must have a TikTok. Because she's such a pretty girl. Why would she do this to herself? Look at that beautiful skin. Her audience are Americans. Oh, okay. Hey, Dre, how you on top of all of that? You know what? Hey. Dre likes to admire beautiful women. Trouble for the man that put a wine pan our Kirk. For real. Can you imagine when the man done wine? I'm saying.
Y'all have no behavior.
He goes, I was smell. Yes, $397 billion owed to the Cayman Islands. That's what the US owed the Cayman Islands. But can you imagine? Eh? Can you imagine? Hold on there. Let me see this, what she said.
And poop my pants. Gabby, you are looser than Lucy, and this is why. After you went and go poop on the people and grave with your disrespectful, nasty self, you're going at a party, you go dance and wind up yourself again. A carnival like nothing never happened. Would you look a dirty and me never wash your hand or nothing and make it wait you come and tell the people on the internet this? Really? This is information somebody shouldn't even be able to beat out at you, and you volunteered this information and left your comments on just because you was looking clothes. And look what's gonna happen to you now. Look now, everybody embarrassing you on the internet. You deserve every single thing you get. Move.
This person I'm listening to, her name is Rummy, RUMMY, the jet setter. Run over and check her out, Dre. You will like her. She's very pretty. Looking on her, she looks like Geely's twin. No lie. She looks like Geely's twin. Mr. President, pull her up on TikTok. I'm going to send you the video and tell me if she not resemble Geely. She look like Geely. Bad.
Who? The one that did it in the grave?
No, the one that just talked.
Okay.
The one that just talked. Yeah, she's very pretty. Pretty girl. She look like Geely. I never St. Lucia she come from too. That accent don't sound like a Trinidad accent. Hold on, let me hear her accent.
I'm in an emergency situation. I'm literally about to poop my costume and poop my pants. Gabby, you are looser than Lucy. And this
hold on. So Dre, Gabby, is she an American or is she Trinidad or American of Trinidad descent? Which one? I mean, I know because she has an American accent. Okay. Ah, trouble dede. Why? No, she go and make me start look on people sideways when we go to carnival. American of Trinidad descent. All right. Thank you, Dre. Ja, what it is? No, me I go worry when me there at carnival at Atlanta. Not gonna nobody touch me because I'm gonna think about in my head. I wonder if they do anything. I know I wash their hand. If them is a Alice. Hey, Ozzy, go ahead, Ja.
I actually think about that every day when I leave my home.
You know, I'm thinking back over the years. All them years, me did their party. I don't know that me think about it in some place, around some place back in the day when we used to go up a Boone Hall estate, when them used to have the all-inclusive party, them and we are dancing and rain and a drink rum and a galang with ourselves when Renaissance sound system a bus and Stone Love and we dead there. Lord Jesus, no me afraid, no me a think, but I survived. He boosted your immune system. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord.
But they say if it don't kill you, it make you fat.
We can't get rid of the weight. That's a wanna kill fatten. What a fatten forgotten. I saw you go. And alive. But that not go sound right as it because you know it's our Caribbean say. But unalive, not with fatten.
My apologies.
Yeah, me can't deal with this foolishness here, man. We need a TikTok dedicated to Caribbean culture where we can just say things them without anybody feeling that we are trying to say something else. Cultural differences, right? So the Senate has passed a bill ordering the scary to blouse and skirt. Senate passes GOP bill ordering schools to teach children to get married, then have children. No, man. Move out of my way, yeah. Let me get back
You
to the
lie,
story.
you lie, you lie.
Wait a minute.
Serious?
Wait, repeat
Me, I
that.
gotta look it up because I just said
No,
that.
that clickbait.
Hold on, okay, let's listen.
The success. This bill sets out required content in Tennessee and family life curriculum, and briefly stated, the success sequence is accomplishing the following milestones in the following order: obtain a high school diploma or its equivalency, enter the workforce, a technical school or post-secondary school, get married, then have children. Some children are not privileged to recognize that or live within that. And so in these classes, these children will be given this key to success.
This is a step too far because I graduated from high school, obtained my degree, entered the workforce, did not complete the last two steps, marriage or children, and I still think that I'm a success. So I don't understand why it is important to incorporate this level of indoctrination into our schools.
Teaching a curriculum that you are less than if you are a single parent. A curriculum that's telling me I'm less than many of you because I chose to be a single parent. That doesn't make my mother less than because she raised a current sitting senator when she became a single parent. It is not our job in public schools to be dictating or be forcing kids to say, if you're married, you're less than. Leave that to the church. Leave that to the household. Leave that to private entities and organizations. But in the public school, we need to be making all kids, regardless of what their family situation, feel valued, educated, and supported. That is our job. And give them the tools and resources to get good grades, to go out to college, to go to technical school, to choose the path they want in life. But if you are not married, does not mean that you are less than anybody else. I think this bill is misguided, is very offensive, and I'm living proof that this bill has no merit.
And that's in the state of Tennessee. There you go, Mr. President. I did not know my value was tied to a man. I did not know that being married makes me a more valuable person. I didn't know that.
Where you been? They've been preaching that for years.
I don't even want to bring this whole man thing. I didn't know that when you're married, you're more successful.
I did not know that either.
I could understand you're preaching, trying to develop families, but this kind of, anyhow, I don't think we deserve to comment on this nonsense.
The Father is near indeed. Hold on a second. I have to step away 1 second. I don't know if there's anything y'all want to talk about while I'm away, but I do have to step away just for a hot minute. Please, bear with me.
I don't know if any finance gurus in the chat, but it's something I meant to correct or just to add to what Moment had said, in the sense that it's not that Japan, which is the highest debtor to the US right now, it's not that they owe the US, but apparently they have been buying US debt. The same thing with Cayman. I don't understand it. I mean, I see what they say, but I don't understand it. But it's not that they are indebted to us. So hopefully somebody can explain it further.
It's the other way around, niece. You're indebted to them. So when you sell your bonds or your instruments, your treasury bills and so on, they buy it. So when they buy it, they give you money, so you owe them. You owe them that because you have to pay them back for it.
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, gotcha.
So they buy up your debt. You issue bonds, you issue this stuff. They come and they buy it. When it matures, you pay them back, and so on.
See, when you say we're indebted to them, it sounds as if we traded goods with them, as opposed to, treasury and bonds. So that makes sense. Thanks for that clarity.
Usually, if you trade in and you might have a trade deficit. So that's the difference. With trade is specific. You'll say you have a trade deficit with them because they're probably selling, they're buying more of your goods than you buying more of their goods than they're buying of yours. But when it comes to debt, it usually relates to instruments by the central bank, or in the case of the US, the Feds.
So let me ask you a question. Now that they've invested heavily in buying these bonds and these treasury, what's going to happen when this new currency hits the market? What's going to happen to their debt?
Which new
Or the
currency?
bond?
You mean the BRICS proposed currencies?
Right.
No, well, at the end of, okay, so when the bonds mature, the US pay it. But usually what would happen is they would issue a new tranche of debt and people would buy back into it and stuff. And the premise was that the US, because there was a premise that the US don't default on their debt. You understand? The economy is so strong, the US government is so strong that the US government debt is as safe as they get. But now with the debt ceiling going so high, and people starting to revisit the fact that the US dollar is not backed by any gold or anything like that, people are starting to speculate that one day it could start a trip. And if the US default once, it will come spiraling. If a new currency come, then it doesn't necessarily affect the arrangement you have with the US government or with the bonds and so that you have. What it does do is provide an alternative. And I think the BRICS currency, the alternative to the BRICS currency is more through trading. Because for instance, most trade in US dollars globally right now. And for instance, China and Russia were saying, if I have to buy oil from Russia and I'm Chinese, why do I need US dollar? So we could trade in the ruble or the yuan. So now with the BRICS currency proposed, or the BRICS payment system, which I think is more important than the currency itself, you're saying that as opposed to having to go through, for instance, the SWIFT system that is administered by the US, that is an international payment system. That is how they used to cut out banks and so from doing business with the different major credit cards and all the different stuff like that, right? Instead of going through their payment system, SWIFT, we can have an alternative payment system that we in the Global South can use that is not subject to the whims and fancy of the sanctions by the US. So the US cannot weaponize their payment system against us. So that is more important than the dollar itself as we look at it. But even if that come on board, it just means that I have the option, maybe as opposed to trading in US dollars, I could trade in BRICS currency. To trade in US dollars, I need to get dollars. So that increased the demand for the dollar, that increased the value of the dollar because more people want it. So if you have alternative payment system, the demand for the dollar could go down because people might choose alternatives.
Right there, right what you just said a while ago, because that triggers my next question. What's going to happen to the Caribbean who all the currency, is linked to the dollar? And does that mean that, for example, in Jamaica, where it's one Jamaican to I think 154?
No, 158. 158.
Facts, that wouldn't happen to 158. What then is going to happen if this comes in? Does that mean that the US dollar will now be more affordable? It will go down.
The truth is, we would not see from where I sit, we would not see any major changes to the US dollar in overnight. It will take maybe about 5 to 10 years before you start to see any kind of real impact, pending something catastrophic. So the US will continue to be the most sought after currency in the world because it dominates global trade. So it's not something you could just sweep aside or get rid of. And for instance, the same countries, the Russia, the Chinese, whatever, they have a lot of US reserve. They can't just get rid of it like that. So currencies and the effect is demand and supply and stuff like that. So you might see some minuscule change with the relationship with the Caribbean and so on, but it wouldn't be nothing significant from my perspective. And sorry.
Sorry. So if I'm buying from China and the whole BRICS thing is in effect and the bear, I think is in effect in that I'm a member of BRI and I trade with BRICS countries. Then you're saying then I have the option to use either US currency or that country's currency.
Okay, so let me explain to you what happened with China and Brazil right now, right? Before, if you're buying, let's say, soybeans from Brazil to China, you trade through the Chicago exchange. So the market is made in the US. Outside of the, so for instance, Brazilian reals, I think it is, will be converted to US, right? And then the Chinese one would convert to US. So the US will be the hedge currency in the middle. The Chicago exchange would make money from doing the transaction fees, etc. Also, what they have though is information. They know all the trades that's going on. Now, what you find happening now with bilateral trades amongst
I think Mr. President probably got a call, has a call coming in. That's why.
the soybeans straight. China could buy the China could buy the soybeans straight from Brazil.
Okay, he seems to have got a call. What? Oh, okay, you're back now, Mr. President. He seems to be getting a. I think the essence of what he's saying pretty much is the US have to fasten your business. Them want to know why you buy, why you sell. So they are the intermediary and everything must go through them. If they lose that, no, them don't know what you deal with, them not like that. In layman terms. They want to have everything. Go ahead, Mr. President. Continue.
So I'm saying, so what happened is with China trading directly with Brazil. First, they don't need a currency exchange with the US. They don't need to acquire US dollars to do the trade. And secondly, whatever medium of exchange you're using, for instance, let's say it's a BRICS currency, they might readily have access to it. So they may not need any conversion. The transaction cost might also be cheaper because they're not going through a third party. And also, the US does not have the detail of the transaction, which is also very important. So they do not know how much soybean is moving. So you might just realize the soybean producers in the US realize the demand for soybean is going down, but they cannot tell exactly why. They might see China not buying as much soybean, but they may not know necessarily that China has substituted a portion of their soybean purchase with the Brazilian suppliers. So it's more than just the dollar and the currency itself. It's how, especially the commodities market, work. Also, they use those commodity trades and stuff to predict future price. So you look at your options and your forwards and stuff like that, and contracts price that is in the market to say, okay, well, this is what will happen in 90 days. You look at what happened, for instance, where there is a drought in Brazil and the demand, the supply dwindle up, how does it affect everybody and all the different reports and stuff that comes out. So it's deeper than that, but you would not see the US dollar just falling overnight, as some people think it will happen. That's the best explanation I could give at a high level.
Upon a lower level, then just want to fasten your business. Them want to have control over your country. Them want to see where you buy, where you do it, where you buy, where your money come from, where your money go.
So, Niece, I hope that helped.
Niece, that helps. She probably had to move away from the phone. But I think that helps. You see, folks, you can get it all here. Economics.
Yes, it did. Thank you so much.
Education. That's what it is all about. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, you guys, for holding it down for me while I had to step away. 23 minutes after the top of the hour. Let's keep it moving. Girl, over there, what's your name? Gabriel, don't do that again. That's all I can say. Next up, come from a veranda, make we talk. Data shows more Jamaicans in the diaspora choosing to return home. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. An increasing number of Jamaicans living abroad are choosing to return home. This is according to the latest data from the Jamaica Customs Department. Provisional figures for 2023 show that 943 Jamaicans voluntarily returned to the island, a notable rise from 789 in 2022 and 867 in 2021. The majority of these returnees came from the United States, 575, followed by the UK, 162, Canada, 131, and other locations, 75. This trend suggests that more members of the Jamaican diaspora are seeing opportunities and benefits in resettling in their homeland. Economic improvements, family reunification, and a desire to reconnect with their cultural roots could be driving factors behind this growing movement. Meanwhile, the number of involuntary returned migrants has remained relatively stable, with 574 reported in 2023. The majority came from the United States, 360, followed by other countries, 140, Canada, 45, and the United Kingdom, 29. In contrast, involuntary returns stood at 568 in 2022 and 501 in 2021, which is a significant drop from 2019 when figures peaked at 1,051. The Jamaica Customs Department notes that only one adult member of a returning family is required to register, which suggests the actual number of returnees may be higher than recorded. Additionally, no data was received from the Jamaica Constabulary Forces Police Statistics Department for involuntary returned migrants, with estimates being calculated using data from 2020 to 2022. There is no official data for 2024 yet, or for the first 3 months of this year. All right, so we wait for that data, but I would prefer if they were giving us actual stats, because if a family of 6 returns and you're only gonna register one, I don't think that's practical. In my opinion, I want true numbers. That's me. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that aside, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing when people go home. I know I said this last year, that if everybody pack up their things and go back to their country, take them skills, them expertise, then we'll see which country is the real third world country. I've said that several times. And I'm not saying no, that if you pack up and go home if you don't want to. That's up to you. But if you know that you can be of benefit to your country, by all means, our countries have suffered a severe brain drain. We're bleeding in the brain. And we have been doing so for years because of the marketing plans that have been put forth by first world countries. We are lured into this idea that we can fulfill this dream. There is this dream of just walking outside and picking money off trees. No, the dream is only actualized in your home country. Do you know that? How? When you come to a foreign country, you bust your ass doing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 job plus 10 side hustle, and then you send your money home to build your house. Because the house where you can build your yard, you can't build that here in foreign. So your dream can be actualized, but not while you're in the States. And I may be wrong. Some people will say, yes, girl, you're wrong. But there, and the best thing whatever happened to me, good for you. But it's not the story for everybody. Some people come and have worked all their lives into the ground. And at the end of the day, they don't have much to show for it. They have deteriorating health. And interestingly enough, as I'm saying that, I think it was you who sent me a video, niece. I want to believe you. It was you who sent me the video. Let me tell. Yeah, you did send to me on Instagram. Let me get to the right spot. Listen to this, folks. Listen to this one. Hold on.
What is the biggest thing you regret in life?
I regret in life? I regret coming to Canada because if I had stayed in the Caribbean, I would have been way better. I came to Canada. I worked, I don't know, maybe 20 years. I had to go back to my country. 7 years, living here for 20 years, 7 years in my country, give me enough money to buy 2 properties in Canada cash. 7 years, seven, and 20 years, you're just paying rent and nothing. It tells me Canada is just a trap. I own property and it's hard for me. Imagine people who are from different countries for the first year and you're wasting your time. You're going to stress out. You're going to go crazy and you're going to die in less than 10 years. When in your country, which would have been harder, you live for another 40, 50 years. No matter how bad it is in your country, it's only going to get worse here. I'm telling you the truth. I travel the world and live a good life, all kind of stuff. Idea of Canada is to get out of Canada, not get in. And I've realized that between America and Canada, the people who are living back in their country are living better than us who are living over here.
Thank you for sharing that video, niece. What is your idea of living good? What is your idea of having lived an accomplished life? What is your idea of success?
See, my thing is, was he working from home when he was in Canada? Because maybe he had to foot the bills of living in Canada and do the same thing while he went back to his home country. Yeah. Now, when he's in his home country, he knows they did not have the expenses of Canada anymore, but he still had that income. Now, then he will be able to save. I mean, the story is missing information, but just the way in which he put it was very thought wrenching because it brought to light that okay, fine, Canada is difficult, foreign is difficult, but Canada seems to have some issues there that persons have collectively complained about. What is considered okay living? Listen, as long as I can pay my expenses and take care of my family in Jamaica, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Thank you, niece. And there's no wrong or right answer. And I don't want us to feel as though there's a wrong or right answer because everybody's idea of good living is different, right? What might be good living to one person is not to another. What is your idea of living good living? There are people here in the US or overseas, all over the world, who want to go home, but they're stuck. They have nothing to go home with. They're riddled with this thing called debt. And debt is what has made many of us look as though we have achieved success. And the idea of being successful somehow has been sold to us, packaged to us as a home, white picket fence, two cars in your garage, being donned from head to toe in designer. That seems to be the idea of success. That is what has been sold to many people. And if you have bought into that, I don't know what to tell you. We put our health at risk for this idea of success. He said something in that video, and it is so true. I may have a thatch roof over my head, but I don't have no stress. Every month, like clockwork, come the first, I have a bill. Come the 11th, light bill. The second, my internet and cable and home security bill. The 21st, water bill. The 27th, student loan. The 28th, car insurance. The 27th, AT&T. And I can go on. just shell out. Me a ban my belly, me a ball. Just pay property taxes. Woo! And let me tell you something, you know. If you don't pay your water bill, depending on the state you're in, if you don't pay your water bill and you have young children, you know, then can take your picnic fry you and put your children in the system. Do you know that? Mm-hmm. If you in the States make your water turn off and you know pay your water bill, they can take your children from you. Let that sink in. Which Caribbean country, if you don't have light, them are going to take your picnic from you? Which one? Name one. Even in Africa, Central America, South America. Tell me a country where if you don't pay your water bill, Department of Family and Children's Services going to come take your child from you. Show me a country. Well, just say car insurance, home insurance, groceries, water bill, gas bill, electricity, and then come like clockwork. Not pay the people them light bill and see what I'm doing.
I swear I just pay it, and then next thing I know, here come the text saying your next bill is ready, and I'm thinking, did 30 days pass yet? I don't remember. I just paid you.
Okay. And you get the text saying your bill is ready. They get another text near the time or an email telling you say your bill is almost due. On the day you get a text telling you say your bill due. If you're 1 minute late, they will tell you say you're past due. Welcome to the American dream.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Credit has made us feel as though we're successful.
And here in Texas, sometimes they don't even need to come to your house to shut anything off. They can just do it from a switch in their office.
Kirk, I talk about autopay. Kirk, you have it like that. I have it like that. No, son, me not give nobody the opportunity to dip them hand in my delay. Me get up every time I do and me pay the bill. You not put your hand in my bank account.
Because when they take out too much, you got to fight them to get it back. No.
I support the autopay thing, brethren. I support it. Autopay power. Tomorrow not promise. Sufficient are the problems for today. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Next thing.
What I do is I'll go into the site and set a date for payment.
That me will do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine me kick the bucket? Me kick the bucket today. I autopay today and my family have to go through with the bank and all that to stop the autopay them. And while the people them are go ching ching and I empty out your account. No, son.
That moment. What about that woman that passed in her house and nobody knew because all her bills were being paid for like a year?
Bingo. America is not to play with enough people. That's why I mean tell people in the Caribbean, don't take the people abroad for granted. Don't think it's a bed of roses. Don't think they're walking on streets of gold. And so it go. Anybody that decide they're going to join the Western Union line or the MoneyGram line or whatever line to send you a money and then send you $20, be very grateful. Because some of them are sacrifice to send you money. And when you see them come to Jamaica or wherever, no stress them. Because when they go back to foreign, like clockwork, the bills, them, you think the company, them business say you there Jamaica, I look after their family. No, baby love. You better have the people them light bill, water bill, and every bill money. When people in the States tell you that they are stressed, believe them. So in the islands, we may not have the fancy cars. We may not be able to change out our vehicles every 2 years, every 5 years, because we don't have that type of credit available to us. So we have to take a taxi, walk, take a bus, beg a drive, or make the little vehicle we have lasted 20 years. But guess what? We don't have no stress. We might not have the money to go into Price Right or whatever, but we might have a banana tree, a ackee tree, a breadfruit tree, an avocado tree, a cherry tree, orange tree, lime tree, a piece of cane, a mango tree, guava tree, neighbor tree. Walk down the road and while him a hang over the fence tree, and we pick half of the people them tree. We're not dead for hungry. We're not gonna die of hunger. You can go to the marketplace, and if you strike up a relationship with the vendors, they will give you something called grata, which is a little extra, right? You go for £2, you get an extra quarter pound or half pound because you have struck up this relationship. We don't have that here. Sorry. Tears and buy. Yes, tears and buy. Don't try that here. We used to be able to do that. My father was heck for that. Why can the people them supermarket up here ever a taste and buy the people them grapes? He ain't buying the grapes unless he taste the people them grapes because him not buying no sour grape. He work too hard for your money. And then the supermarkets here started to clamp down on that. Who remembers the extra supermarket that used to be in South Florida? I don't know if it was elsewhere. There used to be a huge one where they have this park where they have carnival in Broward County, right on the corner of 441 and 441 and not is Sunrise? No, not Sunrise. 441 and what again? A Sunrise.
Oakland Park. Oakland Park.
Is Oakland Park? No, man, not that so. The one I think is Sunrise, 441 and Sunrise, where them have the park where we went to Carnival in 2023.
The park.
Yeah,
The park.
that is where the
Oh,
extra used to be. And let me tell you something, people going at the extra, and you start eat for you going till you come out. By the time you're done, eat your belly busting at the seams.
The only extra I remember is the one in Lauderdale Lake. That's the one I remember.
The big. Where Marlon? You will remember.
It was in Lauderdale Lake. It was across from our cousin. That plaza across from our cousin. It was in that plaza.
No, man, no, that
You
I
can't
went there.
remember.
No,
You
the,
can't.
okay.
I'm gonna say another one. Must be another one.
Russell, you talk, me know what you talk. And that not this something you talk. And further down, 441 and Sunrise. Right, which part we have them have carnival. But anyway.
You mean the swap shop?
No. Swap shop is 31st and Sunrise. Me I talk. Russell, let me go back to that idea.
I know where you're talking. I know where you're talking. The plaza with it. I know where you're talking. I don't remember. I don't remember extra being there. It must have been after me.
Me remember it there. Me remember it because we go in there. I just say food till you're full. But anyway, sometimes some of us are better off back home than here in the States. Everybody not cut out for the stress. But anyway, as I was saying, thank you for the time check, Jack. People in the Caribbean, when you say your family members and your friends come home, allow them for de-stress. Stop hide up the food while I have it on the kitchen. And tell the people them selling on the food, so now if you go to supermarket, don't do it because you don't know. Enough of them, a cereal and ramen noodle them and yam, so they can come to Jamaica or come to the islands and enjoy just a little bit of living. And yes, there are people who make mad money in the Caribbean and will never leave. Let me tell you. Then laugh after us up here in the States. Them say, oh, no, can't go on. Because they hear the stories and they pay attention. But if you come here, and I like what you said, Kirk, if you're going to come to the West, come to the foreign countries, have a plan. Have a plan. Stick to that plan. Don't get sidetracked because you will get sucked in. Have a plan, people. That's the best I can tell you. Before you touch down, have a plan. Go ahead, niece.
You see, sometimes we take things for granted, because if you come via unscrupulous means or you were invited by a family member, you see somebody, like when you go into when you enter the travel agency and you're going to buy a ticket, they tell you what to do, what to expect, step 1, step 2, step 3. I don't know if they have that here as a service to persons, to immigrants who come in, that can help them and guide them through what they need to do, how they need to do it, when they need to do it, because I think that is very, very helpful. I never got it. Kind of figured my way around, but I'm sure I would have probably reached even further if when I got in, somebody was able to assist and guide me through that.
Kirk said he had a plan and got sidetracked. Kirk, talk to me. What do you mean I get sidetracked? But I hope through your experience, Kirk, you're able to advise. With the hour man. I hope you're able to advise others who are desirous of coming. Guide them, because whatever we go through, we use our experiences to teach other people, right, niece? Yeah. A lot of people have to come here and figure it out. And let me tell you something. You see that same Donna Ingram of AD1 tax prep? On her lives, she is forever educating people, encouraging people, inspiring people, teaching people. But there's only so much you can do. Because like clockwork, she depend TikTok to teach the community of people them. But like you, Mr. President, them no want to hear the truth. And some of them, you can only lead them to the water, but you can't force them to drink.
That's why.
We can lead you to the water, we can't force you to drink. Right? Some of us don't want to hear the truth. I agree with you, Mr. President. We don't want to hear the truth. We want to live in a la la land, fantasy land, galanga Hollywood. Go on over Hollywood. We don't want a reality check.
They don't want to go there either. They have a huge population of unhoused people in California.
Yes, folks, but you have to put yourself on a plan. What's your plan? What's your purpose? What's your reason? And don't get sidetracked, like Kirk said. And if you get sidetracked, get back on track. Yeah, we all get sidetracked. I'm not supposed to do. What may I do? I don't know. I don't know what I do in here because I was not supposed to be here. I got sidetracked. I call it sidetracked to Kurt. Don't worry yourself. I feel you. I got distracted. I should have been gone a long time ago. 25 years later, I'm still there. One piece of worthless girl. One piece of worthlessness. But anyway, no, on a serious note. I should have been long gone. It was never my desire. But they say, that's why they say if you fall in love, you have to stand up in that it. Because when you fall in love, your arm. When you fall in love, you lick your head. You lose your senses. Right, solo. But fall, lick my head and trip and fall in love. I'm still there.
And your plans got sidetracked as well.
Where Mr. Days after? I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. He here?
There. Hold on there. In there, man. In there. Hold on. Let me invite him. Let me see if he can come for the people them stage. Lord of mercy. I went there. You don't know. You must say I can't forget the people that work. But have a plan. Stay focused. If you get and surround yourself with positive people. Surround yourself with people who will keep you inspired, encouraged, and motivated, and will hold you accountable. Surround yourself with that type of reinforcement. It's important. And we're not saying you can't have fun every now and again, because you need to be able to reset, de-stress. It's necessary. But don't forget your reason. Don't forget your why. There are a lot of people who stay in the States out of what is called embarrassment. Yes, we're the run now, we are talking about things there. It's not embarrassment. Let's be real. Because we have not accomplished our goals, the same things that we used to talk about with our friends and family members back home. Oh, I can't wait for touch down in a foreign because go on through, Mr. Marlon. What's up?
Yo.
I tell the people themselves, me trip and fall over, and some fall in love. And that's why I'm there 25 years later. I mean, if you go back, I'm a yard.
You're an idiot.
Right now, we have to give Marlon sainthood, because 25 years of misery, by now he should be a saint.
Oh, Lord. Stop it. Hey, Mr. Days After Dark.
Hi, Miss Ja. How are you, my love?
I'm good.
I go on, Mr. President. Long time in a talk to you.
When I did here, making sure I keep people in check. You know, they like to get on when they're ready. Yeah, when they're not around, I have to represent. You know, make sure they ain't got no slackness. You know, always showing some talk.
You know, me always appreciate your Bridget. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Ro.
What's up, baby daddy?
Hey, baby daddy, how you doing?
I'm here.
I miss you, baby daddy.
I miss you
She
too, my
taking care of you?
love.
She taking good care of you?
Sometimes.
You know it, that's good. I know.
Can't wait to pass through in Atlanta so we can
Can't wait.
good
Yes, to
taking
get
care
some
of.
good love, good taking care of. Tell him, baby daddy.
Mm-hmm.
What this Friday for real?
For real.
Hi, Miss Niece. How are you? She's probably busy, but hello.
Me there, walk on, my brother. Walk on.
I got you, I got you. Go on, talk. The work start. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, hold on, let me mute the mic. Oops. All right. Yeah, man. But on a serious note, let us be serious for a second. A lot of times people don't go home because they're embarrassed. Why are they embarrassed? Because all the plans that they discussed with their family and friends, they did not accomplish those plans. I know us in the Caribbean, we can be some very ruthless people. Then the whole time you're there, friend, you know, come to nothing. They have expectations of us. beyond what we even have of ourselves. And because we have not met those expectations, we are embarrassed and we can't put our tail between our legs and go back home. So we stay in another man's country and suffer, when the truth is, if we had just packed up and gone back home, we'd be better off. We would be able to attain more. We might not be, yes, in the States, we probably not qualify for a mortgage. But if we took that same down payment, went back to our home country, buy a couple cements, blocks, what you call it, steel, whatever, right? Start with a one room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, and then you take time, add on from there. So we'd probably have accomplished way more. Go ahead, Mr. President. And then I'm going to wrap up the on-air live stream, and then we'll just be on YouTube and
If you want to go home, go home. The same people are telling you don't amount to nothing and you go foreign. It's the same people as beg you to pay your light bill every month or every 2 months. So if you didn't accomplish nothing, up to now they still can't pay the light bill on their own. So who accomplished more? Leave them in the, that's why sometimes you have to leave them in the dark, you know?
Literally. You have a valid point.
You see that house building until you reach back in Jamaica argument? That is a new wave of reasons for unaliving people, particularly in Jamaica. I don't know if other Caribbeans are going through it, where people come and start by building a room or they build their entire house. And when they come home, all of a sudden they either have no access to the house or they're unalived because of the house.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So anyway, you turn Makajukyo. You're between a rock and a hard place, literally and figuratively speaking. And that's such a shame. That's such a shame. But I stand with you, Mr. President. Go home if you want to go home. And that's your navel string tie. Go on home if you want to go home. And if you want to go to another island, go to another island. If you want to go to another country, go to another country. Have a serious conversation with yourself. Come to terms with yourself. Accept your reality and understand that you can change the trajectory of it. You're not bound. Oh, jeez. All right, Joe. We soon look on that. I'm going to wrap up on air the internet radio live stream. You owe it to yourselves, folks. We work and we work and we work. And we're not living with we're not truly living. We're existing. The quality of life. Organic food is back home. Mm-hmm. Organic meat. Mm-hmm. Not meat injected with water. When you read the packaging, you say how much percentage of water. You never have to put water in a pot when you have chicken. It's going to spring its own water. Folks, that article wraps up the Caribbean Corner, and we are going to end the radio live stream. And I invite everyone listening on QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, madmusichouse.com to join us on YouTube or on TikTok. We're here for you. There is always a room in the sanctuary here. I hope y'all. Should we lock the door? They never pay their time. Can we allow those listening on internet radio to leave? Okay, that time. Should we lock the doors? Bad things not joking now. Serious times we're living in now. Serious times we're living in. Lord have mercy. But anyway, just want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com and genre anytime. And thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And today, as always, Coffee and Toe was brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you and Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com and use the code CoffeeInToe20 at checkout. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. We will be back with you Monday morning, God willing, 9 a.m. Eastern. And again, I remind you, you can join us on YouTube or on TikTok. Take care. All right, folks, thank you so much, YouTube and TikTok. We are officially off the air. So now it's just us. How's that? But I'm afraid to go over there for IG, Ja, I'm afraid to go look, but it's time for us to, is it for stories out of Texas? Ja?
Yeah.
All right, we'll soon get to it then. Let us do our articles out of Latin America. Colombia and the US agree to collect and share biometric data for immigrants. Okay, all right. Share up the thing then. So according to Al Jazeera.com, the United States and Colombia have signed a memorandum of understanding in Bogota that would pave the way for the two countries to exchange biometric data collected from migrants. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, visiting on Thursday from Washington, D.C., framed the agreement as a step towards cracking down on undocumented immigration into both countries. Did you all see that image of, was it her? Standing in front of the prisoners in, what's the country there in Central America where them send everybody go? She particularly emphasized its benefits for Colombia, a frequent destination for migrants and refugees fleeing economic turmoil and political repression in neighboring Venezuela. This deployment of biometric capabilities under the Department of Homeland Security's Biometric Data Sharing Partnership is going to help us make an impact by helping Colombia and by helping the Colombian people detect and to stop criminals and terrorists from attempting to cross its borders, Noem said. So while we work together, the people of Colombia will be safer. The administration of US President Donald Trump has frequently highlighted the dangers of undocumented immigration, associating it with criminality. Yeah, it was her. Did they take that? No, I have the video. Yes, I have the video. It was her.
Here at CCOT today and visiting this facility. And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence that they have perpetuated in our communities. I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people. Here.
Have y'all seen that video? And behind her, you have the incarcerated. No shirts. They're all wearing white bottoms. Everybody's head is shaved off and they're in cages or a huge cage, what looks like a huge cage. I'll send it to you, Ja.
Actually, I don't want to see it.
It's too late, me done send it already.
I want to know why they have to put handcuffs on everybody. Even the young lady that they took off of the Tufts campus. Why did they have to put her in a car with handcuffs?
Because you're a criminal at that point.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. That's true. All immigrants are okay. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Go ahead.
Next up, in stories out of Latin America, Panama approves embattled ex-president Martinelli's passage to Nicaragua. This article courtesy of Al Jazeera. Panama's government has approved safe passage for embattled former president Ricardo Martinelli to leave the country from Nicaragua after facing prison for money laundering. Foreign Affairs Minister Javier Martinez Atabasquez announced on Thursday that Martinelli would be allowed to leave, citing concerns about the former president's health. Martinelli had previously been granted asylum in Nicaragua, and he has been avoiding arrest by sheltering in the country's embassy in Panama City. Panama's foreign minister declined to mention specifics about the health concerns Martinelli faces. By the way, I haven't heard anything else about the Panama Canal since BlackRock. Is it BlackRock that got either end? Or them not so worried anymore because China is now gonna go through Mexico. Mexico. Well, Alexia, you see, Alexia is trouble enough. So last night I'm scrolling through and boom, come across the video again. You know that video with the hit song. Marlon said, "I feel sorry for them." Mister, I feel some compassion for them. I do. I do. I do. Him said, "No sorry for them at all, at all, at all, at all, at all." They got what they voted for. But I do feel sorry for them because, or some amount of empathy for them. Because can we really be this foolish? No, really, are we really this foolish? And we have to pity the fools or those who are foolish or those who display foolish behavior, make foolish decisions. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that video has me dancing. We love, we love, we love. Alexia, you see you little girl, you're trouble. You're real trouble. I'm sorry, folks. I'm trying to behave myself today. I'm trying. I really am trying. I'm not sure how successful I'm being, but I'm trying. Right? No. Did I see an article yesterday? But anyway. Now they're complaining. Why are you complaining? He told you what he was going to do, but you didn't listen. You thought because of your proximity, you thought you were okay. The thing is, with the Colombians and the Venezuelans here in South Florida, they thought that whatever is happening now was only going to affect the Haitians, the Mexicans, the Guatemalans, the Nicaraguans. They didn't know it was coming to their doorstep. And now they're shocked. Oh my God, what is going on? Fool me once, shame on you. 2016. Remember? Y'all were courted in 2016. The very regime that you are running away from, aren't you seeing some similarities of it here now in 2025? So anyway, fool me once, 2016, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Do you have to get fooled a third time for then to recognize that you are the damn fool? I don't know. I pity them. I do pity them. That they have allowed themselves to be taken for a ride. And the sad part is that all of us have to go through this. All of us. All of us have to go through this. We are all affected in some way, shape, or form. All of us. And I am angry when we talk about the article as it relates to 14-year-olds being considered to work overnight shifts on weeknights. But there's another issue brewing. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So even on the subject of having a 14-year-old working overnight, who, first of all, who's going to do that? And then who supervises these children? Because you think I'm going to leave my 14-year-old child in somebody's supervision overnight? I mean, this is crazy. How does this work?
And where are they actually working overnight? Like,
yes, exactly.
you got them on a farm overnight? You got them in the hospital overnight? I'm confused. Because there's not too many things that stay open 24 hours.
Correct. Right, correct. Yeah, correct. So I don't understand like where they're going with this. And I know it'll be very tempting thing for people who are of minimum or low means to send their kids out there to do that. But then what happens when the kid has to go to school the next day? You can't be up all night and expect to function in school the next day. You know, because I know the Satan ain't going having his kid working overnight at 14 years old. They're not doing that.
It's always the poor that get stuck, right? And
Yes.
we get joked. And that is why Dr. Sharon, for this week, ever since the story broke, every day I have been begging parents, do not let your children fall into this trap, because you see, once them get into that trap, they are done.
Yeah, then the kid drops out of school. Then we continue, we have a cycle of the undereducated, poorly educated, that decrease your entire economic gain or return for the rest of your life unless you wake up and do something different and complete your education. And it's that they're not gonna have their kids, them rich Republican Congress people, they're not gonna be having their kids up in the middle of the night working somewhere. And it's not like, okay, sure, yes, should a kid learn the value of money, the value of a dollar, the fact that you have to work, to earn something, yes, I do believe in that. But it should not be a requirement. It should be, well, oh, my kid, can walk your dog for whatever you're paying, yes, my kid can come and shovel your snow, something like that, right? But not, my kid's gonna be up in the middle of the night cleaning a restaurant, working in a hospital, doing jobs that are open in the middle of the night. So my kid can't go to school in the morning.
But you want to hear the best part? They have a plan for it. Listen to this. They know what they're doing.
No, but they have a nerve to have a plan for that. How is that a plan?
They know what they're doing. Listen to this.
So the governor of Louisiana just dropped $39.5 million on the Department of Public Safety and Corrections and $100 million on a new youth facility. And now they have Amendment 3, which allows them to criminalize children younger for more crimes. And then he was bragging in front of everyone that only 18% of Louisianians were going to turn out. So
So that's their plan. Okay.
That's the plan, Dr. Sharon. The undereducated will increase the prison population.
And they will.
Because they are no longer able to critically think.
Yeah, no.
That's the plan.
That's a bad plan.
They don't care about your children. They only care about
They
their
don't.
children. And we have to care for our children. Dr. Sharon, that's why I said this. Parents, get up and go look the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 job. Do not let your children work. Not until them done high school. It's a trap.
It's a trap. And then my thing too is that how much is a 14-year-old going to contribute to a household? Because they don't expect these kids to work every day.
Hold on there. I'm glad you said that. Came across another video, Dr. Sharon, with a mother, an African-American woman, arguing with her child because she went and sold the child's PlayStation or whatever it is. Let me see if I can find that video. Sold the child's PlayStation because the child would not give her the money they got for a birthday gift so she could pay the light bill. But yet her nails, I'm sure it costs a good $200 to do her nails the way she had them done up. It's people like her who will take their 14-year-old children and send them to work to pay the light bill.
Yeah, I don't believe in exploitation of children.
So you have people who will do it. There are, unfortunately, it's sad to say this, there are parents out there who have no business being parents because the children are just a means to an end. And because I love a picnic. And some of them don't want to give up the children to the fathers because they want the check that will keep coming to them. They're a means to an end. And you know what? Don't get me started on that. So yeah, there are parents who are going to take advantage of it. I'm sure there are parents right now who are probably doing cartwheels saying, yes, time for you to get up and go contribute to the house at 14 years old. And then we're going to say the system. No, we have a choice as parents, what we do with our children. We don't have to fall in line with a system that is created to hold us back. It's your choice. You are the one who are going to say, Galanga work. No, get your ass in bed at 14 years old. What the heck you doing out of my house past whatever time? At 14 years old, my children are going to bed at 9 o'clock because I'm have to get a good night's sleep. We need y'all to have the children, to not educate them, because we need low-income workers so that we can capitalize off of the profits that are to be had. Don't get played, people. Don't get played. Do not get played. It's a plan and it's a trap. They want your children. So let me ask a question. That $100 and something million that they're dropping in Louisiana, $100 million, right? Hold on. $100 million. What is just said? Also remember that they're passing our children through each grade, even if they can't read, failing them.
So the governor of Louisiana just dropped $39.5 million on the Department of Public Safety and Corrections and $100 million on a new youth facility. And now they have Amendment 3, which allows them to criminalize children younger for more crimes.
That money, why not put that money into the schools? If we care about the children, why wasn't that funding dropped into the schools, the public schools? And you notice the state, Louisiana. Pump that money into the schools so the children can be fed, so that they are alert and are able to absorb the education being imparted. Pump that money into the children so that they can get the extra help that's needed so that they can excel. No, we cannot have an educated society, because an educated society is going to minimize our profits, it's going to eat into our profit margin. We need more prisons, so that, guess what? If the prisons are not 90% full or at 90% capacity at minimum, the state's going to have to pay me. So one way or another, I'm going to get paid because I own a prison. If you don't fill up those prisons, I'm going to get my money regardless. You owe me. We're a dollar bill. Our children are capital. Parents, please, may I beg you, no, do keep your children in school. Know where your children are. Far too often on the news, 12-year-old out the road wreaking havoc. 1 o'clock in the morning. What is a 12-year-old doing on the street? What is a 13 and a 14-year-old doing on the street? What is a 16-year-old doing on the street? 1 o'clock at night. Even on weekends. What am I doing out there? But then again, everybody parents differently. So parents, they're begging you again. Start parenting your children. They are your responsibility. Do not allow them to fall through the cracks. Please. I can't beg on enough. Came across a very disturbing video, and I know it's an older video. And yes, it speaks to a lot of what we probably know already. And I hope they did not take it down, because I did pin it. The video was a panel of men who are officers in the States, talking about the system and how it's designed to hold down. And it looks as though they may have taken that video down, because I know I had tagged it. Looks as though they took it down. Yeah, it's an old video. It's a panel of officers, retired officers. I want to believe they are retired officers, talking about the mandate within the force, and the quotas that they have to meet, and who they look to help them meet their quotas. Kind of weird for me to put it that way, right? Who they take advantage of to meet those quotas. Very disturbing, as I said. Yeah, these are things we know, we're aware of. But just hearing the conversation was very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. I didn't like it at all. Didn't like it. And I wish every parent of a child of color could hear the concerns and probably that would help them to do better. But then again, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they took that video down. They took it down. You know, nobody likes the truth, right? Can't air the dirty laundry. No, you can't. Yeah, they took it down. Oh, busy searching and searching like Winnie Wonder. What was Winnie Wonder wondering about? Wait, everyone needs to watch the Netflix short film Two Distant Strangers. Mr. President, oh, that was from John. Mr. President says, if you're depending on this government to educate your children, God help that child. Amen. Yes, we're going to educate the children. We're going to teach them about the importance of getting married and having children. You forgot what we just played?
And working at age 14.
Antonio, what else do you expect? What else do you want from us?
We want them to pay a tithe of $30. What? $30? $1,000?
No, that is your seed offering to get an angel dispatched to you. The $1,000 is for the angel.
Yes.
The $20 per person in the church is because it costs money to sit up there. So we have to pay SAP to sit up there in the sanctuary. So yeah.
For a plane like the other one.
The church entrance fee. You mean the exit fee? Can't remember that the doors were locked. You couldn't leave without paying the money. So the entrance fee, exit fee. So you have to pay for exit so you can go pay the money to get your angel. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, no, it's too bad. Oh, no, too bad. Oh, no, too bad. So my business really I look for the video because I really need parents to hear this video, and probably it would shift the way we think when we're parenting our children. You know, growing up, I thought my parents were overprotective, and they probably were. You couldn't get up and go anybody's yard. Anybody couldn't come at your yard. You bite off your fingernail because you don't know if you should ask your parents if you can go X, Y, and Z. Because you in your head, you just hear no. So you never bother ask anyway. You sit your behind down in your yard and keep yourself quiet. I think a lot of us, Lord, we're everywhere with our parents, like handbag. They didn't want to let us out of their sight. And we complained bitterly. Bitterly. Lord, I can't get to breathe. Beg a little breathing room, like Shensia said. Little breathing room. Just a little bit. No, you couldn't get the pressure. And watch you like hawk in the sky. And if we don't do that with our children, I'm sorry. There's a different way to do it that we can do it, right? But if we don't hover over our children, somebody else is waiting. $100 million dropped for youth facilities. You think it's for them come learn skills? Mm-mm. Not at all. Folks, wake up. Parents, wake up. Low income earning parents, wake up. You have to break the cycle. Okay. All right. That's it. I'm done. I can't find it. They really there. I look for it, but them take it down. Russia's Putin eyes Arctic cooperation despite geopolitical tensions. This article courtesy of Al Jazeera. Geopolitical rivalries are intensifying in the Arctic, but Russia is willing to cooperate with foreign partners, including from the West, in economic ventures that will benefit all sides. That's according to Russian President Vladimir Putin. In a major speech on Thursday, Putin and US President Donald Trump's stated intention to acquire Greenland. Hold on, sorry. In a major speech on Thursday, Putin said US President Donald Trump's stated intention to acquire Greenland was serious, and it was clear that the US would continue to promote its interests in the Arctic. The Greenland question has nothing to do with Russia, he said, but Moscow was concerned that NATO countries in general are increasingly designating the far north as a springboard for possible conflicts, practicing the use of troops in these conditions, including by their new recruits, Finland and Sweden, referencing alliance's newest members. Wow. Russia was monitoring the situation and building a response, including by boosting its military capabilities in the region, saying, "We will not allow encroachments on the sovereignty of our country and will reliably protect our natural interests." Is the US paying attention to what Putin is saying? More importantly, is our president listening to what Putin is saying? He's reminding us, let me translate. He's reminding us, we ain't friends, boo. We ain't friends, so don't come too close. You know, this is not a case of inside the club, we are all fam. Stay outside. Yeah, stay outside the club. You're not welcome in here. That's what he's saying to us over here in the States. You know, we will not allow encroachments on the sovereignty of our country. Don't get it twisted. If you come too close, we will retaliate. That's what Putin is telling you. Do not think we're friends, boo. We ain't friends. We ain't like this. Is anyone translating that for Washington? That's the long and short of that one. Six are unalived after tourist submarine sinks in the Red Sea. This article, courtesy of BBC. 6 Russian tourists have passed away after a tourist submarine sank in the Red Sea near the Egyptian city of Hurghada. 39 other people were rescued after the vessel, the Sinbad, what a name, sank at about 10 local time. Officials say 9 are said to have been injured, with 4 in critical condition. 2 of those, unfortunately, who passed away were children. Authorities are still investigating, and it is currently not known what caused the incident. Germany leads defiance of Trump card tariffs, saying it will not give in. Girl, them have the shape, girl, them have the figure. Remind me of the Benz, the Lexus, and the Beamer. We don't have to worry about the Lexus so much, yeah, but we do have to worry about the Lexus because the Lexus is Japanese owned. But we do have to worry about the Benz and the Beamer, the ultimate driving machine. Those of us who love luxury. What I got up in here? So no. Well, according to the BBC.com, Germany has said it will not give in and that Europe must respond firmly as US President Donald Trump targets imported cars and car parts. So, Ja, you were asking yesterday if it was going to include car parts. Well, bada bing, bada boom. Here goes the answer. So Germany has said it will not give in and that Europe must respond firmly as US President Donald Trump targets imported cars and car parts with a 25% tax in his latest tariffs. Other major world economies have vowed to retaliate, with France's president branding the move a waste of time and incoherent, Canada calling it a direct attack, and China accusing Washington of violating international trade rules. Car maker stocks from Japan and Germany dipped. In the US, General Motors dropped 7%, while Ford fell more than 2%. Trump has threatened to impose far larger tariffs if Europe works with Canada to do what he describes as economic harm to the US. The fresh car tariffs will come into effect on April 2nd, with charges on businesses importing vehicles starting the next day. Taxes on parts are set to start in May or later. So, yeah.
The world friendlier during that administration. They would greet each other and give them a little, pat on the back, a little hug. Yes, respect. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So while the measures can protect domestic businesses, they also raise costs for companies reliant on parts from abroad. Didn't I say this, Ja? Didn't I say this yesterday?
Yeah.
Even if the car Mekiaso is assembled here, the price is still going to go up because parts come from overseas. But y'all want to play dumb.
I asked about double taxation.
Boom.
Triple taxation, probably.
That part. Okay. But y'all voted for this, right?
They send the parts one place. The parts have to come back and to the next place to be built.
Okay.
All right. It's like a triangle. No? Okay.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. But come April 2nd, Mr. President, which is next week, we're going to have another putting off for a month, right? Is this a game we're playing? Put off, we bring it in, put it off, bring it in, put it off. Wait till them find out up there, says the Chevy and the GMC and the Chrysler, the price is going to go up on those two, even though they're allegedly US made vehicles. Because components are going to come from overseas. Hey, what, you think the manufacturers here are going to absorb the cost for that? And the only way they're going to absorb the cost is if they are going to get a kickback, a subsidy from the government. That's the only way they'll be saying, okay. And even then, they're going to play slick and still bump up the price. Unless the government puts in a mandate that, okay, we're going to subsidize so you don't have to increase the price. Are they going to play that game? Do you think?
They won't have any workers, so I don't know how they're going to subsidize it.
Next up, Ireland's pharmaceutical industry. They're now being targeted by Trump for US tariffs. This article, courtesy of BBC.com. US President Donald Trump has again singled out Ireland's pharmaceutical industry as a target for tariffs. Trump was speaking as he announced 25% tariffs on cars and car parts imported into the US. Tariffs are effectively a tax on trade applied to goods as they enter the country. Speaking on Thursday, Trump suggested there would also be a specific tariff on pharmaceuticals, as the US doesn't make anything in terms of drugs and medicines. Dr. Sharon, how is this going to work out for you in your industry being a doctor, an OBGYN? How is this going to work out? The US doesn't make anything in terms of drugs, but we're going to put a tariff on the drugs coming in.
Yeah, so a lot of drugs, medications that we use, instruments that we use in surgery are imported. About 70 to 80% of it, and there will be a tariff on that. So the cost of healthcare also will increase along with the cost of everything else that we use. And don't expect the hospitals to absorb that cost, right? They're going to try to bill your insurance. Your insurance is going to say no, and they're going to pass the cost onto you, the consumer. But that's what we voted for. I'll go on mute now.
Thank you. So my husband works with a medical a company. They import a lot of stuff. I want to say 90 something percent of what they distribute to hospitals, medical facilities is imported. They're not absorbing the cost. It's gonna get passed on. And it's trailer loads of stuff get shipped out. Yeah. So get ready. Please don't get sick. I mean, don't even get pregnant. I can't say that because the body have to do, the body need what the body need, and it is what it is.
We're gonna go back to delivering babies without any type of anything. Just gonna have to go in the back and squat.
Please do not get sick, people, because your hospital bill are gonna go up, your doctor bill are gonna go up. Maybe gonna do keeping yourself as healthy as possible. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead. Oh, so.
You're replaying with me.
Oh, right. The US doesn't make anything in terms of drugs and medicine. So how the backside you're gonna put tariff on something what we have to get from overseas? I kill you one, kill off the whole of we know.
Yes, ma'am, you would be correct about yes, ma'am. You may as well just go put aside your exactly. Put aside your funeral costs because this is a whole bunch of yes, ma'am. Here we are.
This is where we are. This is where we are, people. Your grandma medication going up. Your Mima, what's your name? Mima and Papa going up.
You're gonna have to get back to the herbs, Tasha. You're gonna be making some money now because you're gonna have to teach us how to use the herbs.
It's in other countries, largely made in China, a lot of it made in Ireland. Ireland was very smart. We love Ireland, but we're going to have that. That's all he can say. We love them. Do we have the pharmaceutical industry set up here to make everything that we import so it's okay to go snip, snip? So when we put the tariffs on and we can no longer afford to import because our citizens can't afford the medication, do we have systems in place to make the same medicines and everything needed within the medical industry? Do we have those things ready to go? No? Oh, okay. I don't even know if I should tell it to everybody. Make sure you have a life insurance policy so you don't leave a burden on your loved ones. I would say recommend cremation over burial because the earth may run out of space at some time to bury everybody. Well, and I don't want to be a fossil fuel. Put me in an urn somewhere. Yeah. Iran responds to Trump letter on nuclear talks. Stage. I said this yesterday, and it's so funny. I came across a video. Remember, I was saying that I strongly believe the folks around him don't care about him and how he looks. I think they're there to sabotage him. Remember, I said this last week, and so somebody else came across a video on TikTok where somebody was saying the same thing. They feel he's being set up. The people them around him don't care about him, and he needs to check them.
One question, one thing on the tariffs, right? Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear, Mr. President.
So a tariff is usually designed to protect the local industry. So if you have local car makers producing, you put a tariff on the foreign goods to make the local one price more attractive for the people, and you boost the sales for the local, so you boost manufacturing and so on. But if you're not producing a good, essentially a tariff is now a direct tax on the product that is paid by the consumers, because there is nothing to protect. If you're not producing the medicine here, then you're not protecting local people that are making it. So essentially, like something like that, I don't understand why you would want to put a tariff on it, because we don't make it, we don't compete it. And not only that, medication are necessary. So you don't have that level of flexibility. If you need it, you need it. You can't wait or go, you have to get it. So it's really don't make much sense if you holistically. It doesn't make any sense. Are you?
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I'm starting to feel that these fires that are being set around, that are around the country, are being set intentionally. That's just a feeling I'm having in my spirit. Just feel that way there.
No, global warming has specific areas not receiving the rain and the different type of weather that they are used to, unfortunately. But remember, global warming doesn't exist. How you?
I'm a bit about laughter. We can't not but laugh, right? Just laugh. Oh boy.
So I was thinking the other night, with that show about the maids that I always mention everyone should watch. And then what we spoke about yesterday about making Red Cap look some type of way. Basically, if you have the entire world against you, that means you as a country can be your own king. You are the only one that is able to do anything in your world. So you can make your world the way you want it. It's all the plan. We don't have to care about other countries, won't have to care about us. We don't have to care about them. What we have here, we're going to decide what we're going to do with it and who we're going to do what to. And we don't have to be accountable to anybody else because everybody else done dashed us away.
They dash out. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's what they're doing with us, Jar.
We don't need you anymore. We don't need your USD. We're going to figure out another way to exchange goods with each other. We're going to play chess. Y'all can stay back there and do your checkers back and forth, king someone, and then move backwards 2 times and then move out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's up, Ozzy? What's up?
Big up, big up.
Big up, big up.
It'll be interesting to see how things progress, right? Because especially in history, unfortunately, some of these things are cyclical. And usually when things like this happen, then there's a high chance that maybe in the next 50 years or maybe less, the size of the US might be smaller because everybody ain't gonna agree on everything. Like some sort of separation. So it'll be very interesting to see how things go. Because even in different periods of time, if you remember, like even France, when they had all those wars that they were fighting, and they had to sell half of what we know today as the US. It will be very interesting to see how things go.
Very interesting indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Amy FTD. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the gifts. Yeah. Mhm. Very interesting indeed. Iran responds to Trump letter on nuclear talks, state media reports. According to Al Jazeera.com, listen, Mr. President, wait there. Sometimes you just get tired of hearing the same names over and 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 over again. From the Caribbean to Latin America to North America to the international news to business and tech to health and science. Oh, remember we spoke about the German cockroaches? Was it last year or the year before? That we learned about the German cockroaches, and Iran has responded through Oman to a letter from United States President Donald Trump in which he urged Tehran to reach a new nuclear deal. Iranian state media made the report. Iran's official IRNA news agency published an article on Thursday citing Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi as saying that an Iranian response to Trump's letter was appropriately sent through Oman. Our policy is still to not engage in direct negotiations while under maximum pressure and military threats. However, as it was the case in the past, indirect negotiations can continue. Our response includes a letter in which we detailed our views on the current situation and Mr. Trump's letter. In his first term as US president, Trump withdrew the US from a 2015 deal between Iran and world powers that placed strict limits on Tehran's disputed nuclear activities in exchange for sanctions relief. Since Trump pulled out in 2018 and reimposed sweeping US sanctions, the International Atomic Energy Agency has said Iran has amassed enough fissile material for multiple devices that can explode, but has made no effort to build one. Are these rumors or facts? Do we have facts? This agency that is saying International Atomic Energy, what named the International Atomic Energy Agency, that is saying that Iran has amassed enough fissile material. Are you sure about this? Because what we don't want is a repeat of history. Make sure your facts are together, because hasn't history shown us in the past that we act on assumptions, on feelings, not facts? We thought. Okay, I don't have to go in detail. I think y'all know where I'm headed. Next up, it is time for I think we're done with stories on the international scene. It is time for stories out of North America. 8 minutes before the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone with me on YouTube Live and right here on TikTok. I appreciate the follows, appreciate the gifts. Thank you for the subscriptions. We appreciate it all. All right, so let's go ahead and get that segment up and going. First up, Democrats win PA Senate seat in Northern Lancaster County. Florida. What we have some dates coming up in some parts of Florida. Not all of Florida. Come on, people, you have to get up and get out and do a thing. Doing a thing. You know, I said this the other day, and I have to eat my words, right? So I said that the Democrats have to start working now if they intend to be effective come 2028, right? I said that me not hear no buzz, me not see them busy and about reaching out to the people, setting a tone. Well, lo and behold, I must say Tim Walz has been pretty busy. You know, no niece. I must say Tim Walz has been holding town halls. He has been interacting, which is good. Do we have any other Democratic representatives out besides you know, Jasmine is as vocal as we can get. She don't care. Besides her, who else do we have out there interacting and talking to the people and you know, getting ready, so to speak, for 2028? AOC, okay, Presley, the little old, I'm not Bernie yet talk about. I can't be Bernie yet talk about Nisi. I can't my grandpa yet talk about. No man. Green, so we have them getting ready. Okay. All right. So I'll eat my words on that one. I'll eat my words. Thank you. We need more voices out there. Come on, folks. Come on. No, him can go sit down as it. Me not too. Him can sit down. There's something. Yeah, him can have several seats. I don't know, Denise. I saw somewhere where our girl may be going back. I'm not sure. Not sure. But I need us to be busy and about the place. I need the representatives to be busy. Me attack like me a politician. We need the Democratic representatives to be out and about there, interacting with people, not just, don't be like the Republicans who want to hold town halls only for people who are Republican or voted Republican in the last election. No. Regardless of what your party affiliation is, we need you out there so you can hear what's going on. Be in touch with what is going on. Take notes so that you can go back to the boardroom and see how you can come forward. One thing I'm going to ask you all to do, though, Democratic representatives, change the way you operate. Stop, do away with this idea that you must constantly reach across the aisle. Stop waiting for the other side to jump and be on board. You see what 47, the friend there one, the man go in, the man not even read the things, I'm not in just sign the something them so. Right? In sign and input up. Sign and input up. Sign and put up. So we have to do it. We are wasting time. We are wasting time trying to be civil. You know, see what Michelle Obama do? She throw out the something when she talk about when they go low, we go high. She said no bother with it. That's for that. That was one time. Now we recognize the beasts that we have to fight. Stop trying to be everybody's friend. You cannot be everybody's cup of tea. Some like chamomile. Some like hibiscus. Some like chai. Some like peppermint. Some like Earl Grey. You cannot be everybody's cup of tea. That is one thing I would ask the Democrats to get rid of that mentality. Work on your agenda. And don't worry about who want to row the boat with you. Go along. Put up your sails and get sailing on the oceans. We don't want to be everybody's friend. What? I saw this life sad, dull, and boring. I can't even talk. Why are you trying to be everybody's friends? Understand if people not like you, them don't like you. Stop trying to be liked. Do what you must. Read the room. Go ahead, Ada Soldier. Earl Grey with 2 sugars, please.
And thank you.
What time is it over there? Tea time not gone already. Tea time gone. Where y'all go with tea now? Tea time gone for you. Folks, listen.
Democrats, you in danger. Democrats, read the room. You are selling something to the American people that they do not want. They don't want acquiescence. They don't want you voting along with the Republicans. They want you to be strong. They don't want this fake decorum. The energy that is coming from your supporters is that fight back, be strong. Hey, you know, Donald Trump says it's going to be a little bit of pain. Then you should have that same energy. It's going to be some pain. We don't want the government to shut down, but the government is shutting down because of the Republicans, not the Democrats. So maybe you should take a cue from the other side and get your shit together.
So I played the video. Yes, I know this video is dated from the 14th, but that I played it for a reason. Democrats, start listening. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. You're not. You're not. They should. The likes of Chuck Schumer in the Senate, Hakeem Jeffries in the House of Representatives. It's funny that Jasmine Crockett, Representative Jasmine Crockett from Hot Wheels State is the only one talking. The rest are just basically muddy mouth, they're waving sticks. That's not how you do. Okay, AOC2 is doing her best. And Bernie Sanders in the House of the... Oh, wow, I'm going to have to name names then if I'm naming names. The gentleman from, what's it called? From the great state of Georgia. Ossoff and what's the other gentleman's name?
Warnock.
Sorry? And Warnock, yeah. Those are the guys I've been seeing on the Senate floor that have been doing the Lord's work, holding them to account. Seriously, because the perfect example was this signal thing, the thing that happened. It so happened that when, what's her name? Hillary Clinton had her issues with the server, and the emails and stuff. Peter Hegseth, the same Department of Secretary of Defense, is on record saying that person should be summarily dismissed because you do not know how to handle. And even went as far as saying they should be criminally liable. But when they were called before the Congressional Committee on Security, Tulsi Gabbard, who should not even be the Director of Intelligence, because they consider her to be, an operative for a foreign country. She's the head of intelligence. She said something in one hearing, and then Representative Himes asked her that, okay, so based on what your last statement was in this hearing, we'll conclude that you think what happened on that signal thing should be held, anybody who say anything contrary should be held criminally liable. He said, well, I didn't say anything. And the guy read her statement back to her. You should see her face go flush, red. Like, we knew who you were before, but now the world can clearly see. That is the kind of thing that the Democrats should be taking and saying, this person said this, and this is what they're now saying. Can you see and forget who else is listening? Because the Democrats the Republicans are very good at taking a single message and just making an entire narrative about it. Woke, DEI, critical race, CRT, critical race theory, and they build a bogeyman about it, and they use that to campaign. The idea of you going there and say, how do the Democrats say it again? They have this phrase that they go for. It's we have to be the bigger person in the room. Nah, roll up your sleeves, roll up your trousers, and start kicking ankles. That's how you win.
My sleeves are already up.
Listen, because that's the only way you can get power. Because what they did was they told you we wanted power. And this is, they were even so brazen about it. Project 2025, 922 pages. They were so brazen about what they wanted to use that power for.
And yes, Adesoji did read all pages. He and his team broke it down.
That they listed what they wanted to do. They said they were going to cancel USAID. Guess what? Did they not cancel USAID? They said they wanted to dismantle the Department of Education. Did they not dismantle the Department of Education? They said they were going to roll back the regulations with the EPA. Did they not roll back yet? They said they wanted to drill, baby, drill. They're not drilling? What else did they say they were going to do? They said they were going to start moving people across the country, deporting them, because the courts were going to get in their way. And guess what? The last flight that went to El Salvador with 350 people on board, which we don't even know who they are now, when the court said no, guess what? That plane took off anyway. And so here we are. Is this the sort of people you want to play nice with? Come on, man. Get with the program. Stop being nasty.
That's the problem I have with the Democrats. That's the problem I have with them.
Can I say something now?
Yes, Ozzy, come on in. Come on in the room.
All right. Here's some of the problems that they're having. The Democratic Party, they are terrible with messaging. They have this idea that they have to kind of explain everything. It's like the people will understand. The people can read. Not everybody can read, let's be honest. Where the Republicans win is that they have one phrase. That's their messaging. Lock her up. Get rid of DEI. Close borders. Simple. I feel like when they try to do any type of messaging, it's kind of like, okay, read this 200-page document. The average American that has to work two jobs or more, like they're not doing that. And then we don't account for all the rural Americans as well, which were a lot of the ones that voted for the mango seed. And the other thing too is the Democrats, especially the older ones, they fight down the younger ones with the energy. The Jasmine Crockett's, the Ayanna Presley's, them there is like the old ones who've been there for a long, long time. Is like they have these standards and practices and these expectations of how things supposed to go. And they try to fall in line with that. But like, I don't know if they're not realizing we're not in that time anymore. The level of civility that you're accustomed to is not there. So they have to change these things if they really want change. And it can't be some passive person as well. Like you need somebody with energy.
You need somebody who is ruthless. But you know what, Ozzy? So we have to invite folks to come to spaces like this so they can learn and be encouraged and get out there. Now, and I'm glad you said what you said as it relates to messaging. And we need more presence, right? We need them. We need to see them on all social media platforms. Just as we are inundated with the Republicans, we need to be inundated, saturated with the Democrats. We need that. Here's an man. Hold on. Sorry, go ahead. Hold on 1 second, Ozzy. Let me play this.
If you could say anything to President Trump now, what would you say?
I expected better from you. I really did. I expected that you would do what was right and cut waste and fraud and all of those things that you promised us before we elected you in office, but you're not doing that. You're creating a disaster, and I don't know what America is going to look like if this continues.
Did you ever think that your job would be impacted in a Trump administration?
No, absolutely not.
Jennifer Piggott was abruptly fired from her job at the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service here in Parkersburg, West Virginia, along with 124 other probationary employees. She voted for Donald Trump and thought her government job would be safe.
But to cut the knees out of the working class Americans just doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's what's the checking account look like, babe? We went through our list of items on our budget and said, what can we get rid of? And we've gotten rid of all of those things, including cable. I had my last review on the 31st of January, and I had the highest rating that you can get on a review, less than 21 days before I was terminated for my performance.
On top of losing her job, Jennifer is facing backlash from both Democrats and Republicans for speaking out. She's received death threats and more.
Our home's been egged. You know, they've hacked my Instagram and posted horrible things about my deceased mother.
No, Democrats, that's a niche you can get into. There goes your opportunity. You have to get in and scrape those people up now. And your messaging has to be forceful. You have to remind them every single day of what has been done to them. You have to remind them every day that they were lied to, that they were bamboozled. You have to every day beat it into them. You cannot let up 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. What's up, Lenky? I saw you have to do it. You can't ease up. Every day we heard the same message. The immigrants, the immigrants, the immigrants, the immigrants, the immigrants are taking your jobs. The immigrants are doing this to your woman. The immigrants. Every day we heard it. So Democrats, roll your damn sleeves up. It's time to get dirty. Put on your music. They not like us. Remind yourself you are not like them. Do what you got to do. If you need to put on some gangster rap to get you going, kind of like the NFL, right? In the locker room, they have that hardcore rap pumping to get them amped up. Do the same thing. Put that damn country music down to the side. You have to go hardcore. Hold it like a G.
They need some DMX.
Where's the dog? Hold on a second. Where's the dog? Yeah? This foolishness is not go along with. We don't want a repeat. Are we reaching out to our representatives and making them know that them need to stop being lap dogs and start being Rottweilers? Huh? We don't want no more Chihuahua, nothing, even Chihuahua better than them, I know. We don't want any more Pomeranians. We don't want any more Shih Tzus. We don't want any poodles. We want we want some pit bull behavior. We want some Rottweiler behavior. We want some bull mastiff behavior. Y'all trying to be cute. You're going like on the nice. Stop being everybody's friend, man. That's not a problem. Want to be friends with everybody.
Yeah, and they don't realize that like a lot of the stuff that they're trying not to say is usually the most relatable stuff. Like I remember when Kamala was talking with somebody, I can't remember who, and they were asking her about something, and she was like, "Yeah, I own a pew pew." And then basically she was saying like, "Well, yeah, if anybody try to run up on me, then you know."
You go FANFO?
And then she like tried to walk it back, and I'm like, "No, that's the energy people need to get." And that's just one example. It's just like they keep trying to hold on to this like idea of prim and proper and clean, and nah, nobody believes that anymore.
But Ozzy, when she did that, they tried to nail her to the, I don't even know if I can say that, but they tried to,
Pinar.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. And again, that's one of the biggest issues with the Democrats is that if you create such a standard that you have to be this high in the sky and live up to, and your opposition standard is past the underworld, how is that? You have to change that. That's not going to work. Because the minute you do one simple thing, then it's all on you. They are already telling you, like, we out here ready to ride, no matter what. We don't care if our people make any mistakes or if they do whatever. Look at this situation with the messages. Nobody's doing anything. Again, they're not keeping the same energy that they had for you. But you're trying to. You're trying to keep this sense of decorum. They don't care.
It's like I was watching a video the other day, and Obama was he was addressing Congress, joint session of Congress, and he said we should hold ourselves to a higher standards. Because right there in the documents, the documents as put down by the founding fathers. Who were the founding fathers? They were all slave owners. Yeah, and they wrote a document beginning with the sentence "We the people," but yet just 2 paragraphs down, just 2, not 10, 2 paragraphs down, he says who are lesser than. And it's exactly the person that looks like you. Again, it's because you feel you're part of something that they clearly keep repeatedly telling you you're not part of. There is no amount of finery, no amount of degrees. It's come to the point now that you can't even impress them because nothing you do is going to impress them. So in order to try to get some modicum of respect, you have to first start with yourself. Give the message you want. Listen, I don't need you for anything. In fact, the American people don't need you class for anything. If anything, you are robbing them black and you're robbing them blind, and you tell them how, and you keep it simple. Milk carton, that's even big. Your principal domino, the little domino dice you play with, if the message can fit on that, good enough. Things that they can repeat. I tell the other person and get the other person to explain themselves to them, which is what the Republicans do well. The first thing they will say, oh, that everything is DEI. You're then forced to go into explaining what DEI means. They don't have to explain it. The person who mentions doesn't have to explain it, but you, in your defense, has to explain. That's the kind of foot you have to put them on the back foot. Get them to do that. And then let's see where this ends up. But now, Democrats, man, with their fineries and English.
Big English, oh. Top Republicans say they're out of the loop as Doge downsizes Social Security Administration. This article courtesy of yahoonews.com. Hold on there. Scroll. Okay. All right, hold on. Hold it there. Scroll too far down, my girl. Okay. So Elon Musk's, why are they calling it his Department of Government Efficiency? Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is moving to downsize the Social Security Administration with office closures, cutbacks on phone services, and new rules requiring in-person visits for some prospective beneficiaries to register. So remember we brought this up, right? The other day it came up. And Doge is now making those changes without consulting or notifying some of the most senior lawmakers on Capitol Hill who oversee Social Security, including GOP allies of President Donald Trump. Who the heck is running the country? Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, Grassley, the chairman of the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Social Security, said he had not been told ahead of time about Doge's moves at the agency. Somebody tell me, because I don't know. I really don't know at this point. I must have been blind. Was Musk's name on the ballot? Where was his name on the ballot?
It was just invisible, and you voted for him once you voted for Donald Duck. That's it. There you go.
Quack, quack.
2-for-1 special.
Oh, jeez, have mercy. Imagine GOP allies of President Trump don't even know why I'm going in a John shop.
Why should they know? He told them that if they raise their voice, he's gonna get them primaried. So that's why. And they want to stay on the gravy train. They're not gonna question it.
So you see, when I say there is somebody sabotaging Donald Trump, our president is being sabotaged.
No, your president wants to be sabotaged. Point of correction.
Thank you, Anasoji.
I would say that both things are true. He's doing some of it, they're doing some of it to him, and they're cooperatively doing it to America. There's different levels to it. Like I tell you the other day, all of them gonna start going against each other just now. And they're gonna be looking for one of them to blame. They're gonna start blaming each other.
He's not a member of the cabinet, but yet he was at a cabinet sitting. Of all the people who sat there, he sat dressed in all black with a face cap saying your poopy president was right about everything. I can't even bring myself to mention his name. Was right about everything. And I'm thinking, are we still campaigning? Are we not supposed to be running a government? But clearly, somebody isn't on that page yet.
I'm sorry, Ozzy, go ahead.
But imagine though, imagine you working at a job, right? You doing your job for X amount of years. You have a CEO or a president of whatever company that job is, right? And the CEO's friend comes in to fire you. That's basically what's happening. You realize it? You realize it? And you have literally the richest man in the world. Literally the richest man in the world telling people okay, yeah, these jobs don't matter. We need to cut these.
So, okay, and here we have another one. Senator Steve Daines, Republican, Montana, a Senate Finance Committee member, who on Tuesday pressed Trump's nominee to lead the SSA about long wait times for customer service, said in an interview that he too hasn't been in the loop for the administration's changes. Daines said he would appreciate advance notice. Even Senator Bill Cassidy, Louisiana, who led bipartisan efforts to overhaul Social Security in recent years, was not consulted or given advance notice by the White House. Cassidy's talks with Senator Angus King, Independent, Maine, have failed to yield consensus and appear to be on the pause, with the mild-mannered king torching Musk and the administration this week over Social Security. Who is running? Hey, little bit. Who is running the country? Is it Musk? So what was the point of everyone getting up to go and vote then? But oh, sorry, Dr. Shan, I forgot. We voted for him and didn't even know we were voting for him.
I didn't vote for him.
It was a combo.
Everything was him, but just in a different name. Clearly, he has us hook, line, and sinker. He was able to successfully turn 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue into a car sales lot. He is able to have our president babysitting his son. He is able to use Air Force One for him, son, and his mama as transportation.
What a flex.
Trump privately vents his frustration about Michael Walls.
No one should talk.
Round one.
He's a smart guy.
Is this round one? Tell me this is round one.
Well, he said he's been poorly blamed for the debacle that is the Signal conversation. Why is he going after him now? Which is it?
But did I hear where it was said? I must have been dreaming, because Lord, sometimes something's in my dream too. That I can't sometimes separate reality from dreaming. But
We live in the United States, we understand.
did I hear it somewhere where now they're calling the whole thing a hoax? Trying to play it off? No ramp with people, yeah, man. All right, hold on. Before I get into that article, let me listen to this.
Whatever he's going to do there. But, people need to remember a couple things. The defenders of this outrageous act are saying, well, they said it wasn't classified. Well, guess what? To be in violation of the Espionage Act, stuff doesn't need to be classified. By the way, if the information was time, targets, and weapons, if it wasn't classified, what were you thinking? Why wasn't it classified? So, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. None perhaps more important than the question of how seriously they're going to begin taking this so that they can learn from their colossal, potentially deadly mistake.
Congressman, do you think you'll get an answer to the question of who put Jeffrey Goldberg on this list?
Well, I'm not sure they know yet.
The line we keep hearing is that this information was not classified because it didn't include, quote, sources, methods, or locations. We heard that today from Director Gabbard, Mike Waltz, even from, the Senate Intel Chair, Tom Cotton. What is your response to that, and how should Americans understand what was happening? Should they be outraged, or is this much ado about nothing?
No, I think Americans should be outraged. And this is actually some of the information that was included in that Signal thread. I know that this administration is trying to parse through what classification means. I can tell you.
Making the argument that they can decide what's classified and what's not.
Correct. And that is not how that works. Anytime, anything before an operation, it is completely classified. So the fact that the Secretary of Defense put the sequencing of events, the timeline, the tick-tock of what was going to happen at this time.
Equipment being used.
Exactly. The airframes that were going to be used on the strikes. That in and of itself is classified. And so just because he's the Secretary of Defense and putting it in an unclassified group text does not mean that he had the authority to declassify that. And frankly, what he did was put our fighters who were in the air about to conduct that operation at risk. Because if those text messages had been intercepted, the Houthis could have adjusted their formation on the ground and could have shot down one of our fighters.
And Congressman, I want to ask you now, this information didn't have to come out. Jeffrey Goldberg initially was very circumspect about what he would say, what was in these messages, because he was concerned about classified material having been in it. But, he said he felt like he had to release it after the administration attacked him and his credibility. Here's what he said about it earlier today.
Anybody with common sense can understand that is highly sensitive information, especially before an attack. So they can play a semantic game, but it's just silly. It's not, you know what it is? It's not serious. It's like, this is national security and whatever.
Ja, we need answers. You know why we need answers? after what they did to Hillary. To this day.
For moments, they just sitting there and they're wasting our money, screaming back and forth. No one is getting any answers. Nothing is really being done. Move on to something else. Move on to how can we get rid of these people? Oh, let me change that because I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to really unalive them. How can we vote them out of their office positions? That's where we need to move on to. For how many years this man hasn't been answering questions? For how many years this man has not been following the rules of our so-called laws? Did we ever get his tax records? I mean, like, seriously though. You wasting time and energy with this back and forth that they're not going to answer. So let's move on to how we can change this. I'm getting hives.
Senator Duckworth, your statement.
I'm sorry, John.
I'm getting hives. My ears is bleeding. Like, I'm over it. And I'm not even listening. Y'all know I'm not even paying attention to the news. Just a little bit I'm hearing with you. It's a shame. It's a shame. I can't even, it's past frackanackle. It's all the curse words that I don't use, or I only use when I'm angry.
Well,
stop with the fighting back and forth. Get a strategy to get all of these people out of their positions, because you're not going to get an answer. It's never going to happen.
And I think Rosolo agrees with you, because you put in the chat here, to answer would mean they will need to be accountable, and that will never happen. But hold on.
Senator Duckworth, your statement today was pretty pointed. You said Pete Hegseth is an effing liar. This is so clearly classified info he recklessly leaked that could have gotten our pilots killed. You say he needs to resign. So you think he should step down?
I do, because what he texted was the drones are going to hit, then the second sortie of F-18s will be on target. That tells the enemy exactly when the drones hit in that spot, 30 minutes later, the F-18s are going to be there. That is my concern. That's why I'm so upset as a former pilot. You know, I have a special affinity for pilots who are out there, and these men and women, thank goodness we're not injured on this mission. And I worry about future missions. I worry that our allies might not share information with us.
And that again is the reason why we need answers, because it can happen again and it can be very detrimental. So they need to accept accountability. They need to answer how the heck this happened, because the possibility exists.
But moments. Okay, you're speaking to people that have brains right now. You already know it's going to happen again. I will bet money on it. And I don't even gamble, really. Lotto every once in a while. I will bet money that it will happen again.
Well, I have another video for you, Ja. You like this one.
Pete Hegseth's Russian email address has been found online. Yep. So apparently Pete Hegseth has an email of phegseth@mail.ru, which is mail.ru is Yandex. Yandex is a big social network provider in Russia. And I don't know why you would have a Russian email address. Do you have a Russian email address? I don't have one. I don't have a Russian email address. And apparently also, not only Pete Hegseth, but also Mike Walt, his passwords and other identifiable information have been found online. Now, I want to explain how this works, because I have background in this space. I worked in this industry for about 30 years. So when you sign up for a social media platform, a lot of the data that you're providing on various platforms, they, in their terms of service, they've allowed to be sold to third parties. And some of them is usually two pieces of information. And there are additional services that you can purchase that will allow you to find someone's based on their name or their another piece of identifiable information, like their email. They will link them together. And so what they do is they bulk purchase from multiple corporations and then they link it together. So for example, if you have facts A and B about someone and then B and C about someone, you can then infer that A and C are then linked. And then so for, $40, $50, $100 a month, you get these queries that you can run. Now they're normally done specifically so that way when you're in sales, you can say, hey, I want to sell this thing to Pete Hegseth, and you give, all these emails, and then it'll try them. And then you can go, oh, it turns out that phegseth.mail.ru is actually this other email. And then you can blast them out through all these other services. Now, normally these systems are pretty benign. Like they don't really cause any problems. Who cares if someone wants to email you? However, if you are doing something incredibly stupid, like you're running Signal on your phone and you're sending war plans out to your contact info, they can be used to run spear phishing campaigns against your personal account. And it would be nice, for example, if we had a group that tried to secure the personal information of politicians in the United States. Turns out we have one called the NSA. And then when you become a member of government, there are rules that you have to follow when maintaining classified information, which Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz and JD Vance and Mark Rubio did not follow in Signalgate, in WikiLeaks. And that is why they're in trouble. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a screw up. They were deliberately bypassing the law. They were deliberately bypassing the law because they didn't want any accountability for future screw ups. They wanted the ability to break the law and not have any potential downsides of that. They wanted no consequences. And so I have to admit, like, I was critical of Hillary Clinton too. I don't think she should be doing that. The issue for me wasn't necessarily just that she was stupid and foolish about how she managed her. She shouldn't use it. She basically used a third-party email server, and then she backed it up, and her backups were unencrypted. That was really stupid. She shouldn't have done that. But she shouldn't have done it to begin with, just to bypass the laws that are around data visibility and data transparency. And so now apparently the Trump administration is the most transparent organization ever, and they're literally sending war plans off to reporters, and now their passwords and other information is available online, which is why you should. You shouldn't hire people that are unqualified for the job. Like,
did he call him Whiskey Leaks?
For me, if the Russian email addresses are set up like Gmail, anybody can say they're Pete Hegseth or whatever his last name is, Hegseth, and set up an email. So I can't say that, yeah, that's really him, or maybe it really isn't him. I can't really say because I don't know how it's set up. But if they can tie an IP address back to his personal laptop or even his work laptop, then yes, you're proving that to me. Are you?
Okay, you see, I just told you before you start talk, get your mind right. You're not gonna come in here and laugh at us over here because you're over there.
No. Why would I do such a thing when you're already doing it to yourselves? Why would I laugh at you? The reason I waited for everyone to go was, the first thing was they claimed whatever they discussed was not classified, right? Just listen to this. Listen to these names: Mike Walsh, JD Vance, Peter Hegseth, Susie Walls, Stephen Witsoff, Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe, Jeffrey Goldberg, Stephen Miller, and a couple of other people, right? In any other form, these people would be at a secure location discussing whatever they need to discuss, right? We understand that to be the case. So what would they need to be discussing that they need to be at a secure location? And leave that for the world to find out. That's one. Then two is the fact that have you seen the transcript? Have you seen it?
No.
This guy, what's the kindest word I can look for?
Be nice.
The clown that you have.
I said be nice.
Yeah, I'm being nice to clowns. With all respect to clowns, it's a decent job. Because they make you laugh. That's why we're laughing. This clown, the one you have at the Department of Defense.
So you're talking Whiskey Leaks?
yes, was literally, I kid you not, go and look at it, was literally giving you a blow by, what's a blow?
I
A
saw it.
minute,
I saw the transcript. I'm just messing with you. I saw it.
minute by minute. And then at the end of the transcript, incidentally, that group was formed by Mark Walls. You know what was, okay, let me save the best for last. Peter Hegseth was given a blow-by-blow account of what was going to happen, right? So if that had fallen into hands, we know what would have transpired, right? For the fact that they know they were breaking the law, you know how we know that? At the end of that thread, they also have the status on this thread has been set to disappear after 40 days. When you're dealing with national security and all of these people with their titles are involved in a conversation, this stuff is no longer yours. It becomes the property of the National Archives. You cannot delete it. You cannot destroy it. It has to be saved. So you cannot disappear anything. That's law number one being broken. Law number two is that anybody within this conversation should be in a secure location. One person in that group was not only not in a secure location, but was miles away from you. Guess where that person was?
One was one was meeting was in Russia, meeting with we know who, and the other one says she doesn't remember where she was. She was either in Thailand or Indonesia, somewhere like that.
Yeah. So the one that was in Russia was Stephen Witkoff. He is the leader of the negotiating team, or whatever it is they're cooking up with Ukraine and Russia. So while that stuff was going out to him, it could have been captured by anybody. And then, to make matters worse, when on the tarmac, it was put to the clown, the one, Peter Hegseth, he immediately goes into disparaging Jeffrey Goldberg. Jeffrey Goldberg did not add himself to the group. You added him. You didn't at any point in the course of them sending that message. And he was when you read that thread, you get a sense that he was getting high off the steam, the fumes from his office. He kept saying, oh, well, this is going to, 20 seconds in, the drone is going to come in, 30 seconds in, the F-18s are going to turn up, and then, God be with our pilots. And then J.D. Vance puts in, I would say, a prayer. I'm like, oh my God, these people are nuts. They are nuts.
They're handling it very lightly, and I don't think they understand the severity of the whole situation and how we could have lost the lives of our military. I don't think they don't understand how brave the situation is, and that's the part that frustrates me.
So for me, it's when you pull all of that together and you put all these people in the same picture, you and I cannot walk up to one person, not talk of having this group together in one location, running fingers over a keypad, and then yet you're making a decisive situation where you don't even want to share the text or the stuff with. The only reason why we're seeing that stuff is because Jeffrey Goldberg put it out there. That's it. Otherwise, you and I would never have known that this thing happened.
And then he put out the entirety of it because of the lies that they were telling after the first part got blown up, right?
Yeah. Because they were denying that such a thing ever took place. It was only when Jeffrey Goldberg said, oh, really? Okay, you're going to disparage me, knowing fully well that you guys effed up. We're going to have to put it out there. And then the clown in chief will come out. Oh, The Atlantic is a magazine that is going out of business. Who asked you that?
Never liked them. Never liked them anyway.
Yeah. And he's a nasty man. Like, what has that got to do with anything?
Well, this is what he said, remember?
About the second lady in the National Security Department visiting this week. Concerned that this is.
Oh, bad. Sorry, wrong one. Where's the one that I had where he said they're not going to make that mistake again? I must have untagged it, but yeah, he said it's not going to happen again. So what to her? But anyway, in other news,
We have some news right now. Donald Trump has signed an executive order targeting the nation's 19 Smithsonian museums along with the National Zoo. The title of the executive order sets to, quote, restore truth and sanity to American history. According to the text of the executive order, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum is directed to look at all monuments, memorial statues, and markers that were removed or changed since January 1st, 2020, bulk of which honored Confederate leaders and were taken down following the murder of George Floyd. And before I continue, TikTok could be banned in just 8 days, so be sure to follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. All are linked to my bio for more. And it's already going to impact several current exhibitions, including the exhibition titled The Shape of Power, Stories of Race in American Sculpture that was supposed to come to the Smithsonian American Art Museum. There's also an exhibit at the upcoming American Women's History Museum that the order said, quote, will celebrate the exploits of male athletes participating in women's sports in an attempt to frame the inclusion of people who are non-binary or transgender. Essentially, this is a continued attack on history that the Trump administration does not agree with. As always, convoy your thoughts, spread the word, and follow along for all the news.
good or bad, history is history. Good or bad, history is history.
Using another historical quote, those who fail to learn from history will repeat mistakes of the past. These guys are clearly not learning.
So Kentucky governor vetoes GOP abortion bill, says it undermines doctors and endangers pregnant women. That's courtesy of Democratic governors that they posted that on their site. Yeah. All right. So, boy, have mercy. All right. And this one in, and I'm praying this is not true. Elon Musk is trying to buy the Wisconsin Supreme Court. If this is not illegal, it damn well should be. So he put on his post on his X account on Sunday night, I will give a talk in Wisconsin. Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election. I will also personally hand over 2 checks for $1 million each in appreciation for you taking the time to vote. This is super important. It has been viewed 19 million times. It was posted at 9:57 p.m. on the 27th of March. Everything is for sale in this country, apparently.
Where can I go so I can get a piece of that $1 million?
All money ain't good money, John. All money ain't good.
I'm going to use that money for good. We need utopia quick, fast, and in a hurry.
I'm not an American. Does that count?
We don't want none of that. You can't keep that. We'll get it another way.
At a soldier, you know I'll always include you.
Thank you very much, Shannon.
And then we get the money and we're miserable at night time. I'm miserable enough in my life. I don't need that for them money to make me even more miserable. I want to be able to sleep. I'm looking to sleep, not toss and turn any more than I already am.
That's tax-free money. He's just giving it to me because I voted.
It doesn't say who you voted for, right? Yes, it matters.
Breaking news out of Canada. Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, just delivered a stunning statement declaring that the era of close ties with the United States is over. In the wake of Trump's trade war and his threats to annex Canada, Carney says that the United States is no longer a reliable partner. Check out this moment.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations, is over. What exactly the United States does next is unclear. But what is clear is that we as Canadians, have agency. We have power. We are masters in our own home. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. We can control our destiny. We can give ourselves much more than any foreign government, including the United States, can ever take away. We can deal with this crisis best by building our strength right here at home. It will take hard work. It will take steady and focused determination from governments, from businesses, from labor, from Canadians. We will need to dramatically reduce our reliance on the United States. We will need to pivot our trade relationships elsewhere. And we will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations.
Breaking.
So that was Canada's Prime Minister Carney. Yep. How is that going to affect my relationship with Canada? Should I be worried? Because I don't have a problem with Canada. Oh, Canada.
In that movie that we watched, Canada accepted all of us that needed to escape.
I know Canada is welcoming medical personnel. Anybody else? They're welcoming anybody else? Can we expect it doesn't matter? Now, what I need us to do, really and truly, what's going to happen with the Olympics and the World Cup? I'm concerned for the people that were supposed to be coming here, you know. Are they going to be harassed at our borders? What up, Dr. Leslie?
What up? Holla at your girl, holla at your girl. Holla, holla, I said to holla at your girl. Me come in your room, mama making all the noise. Just because I'm a loud girl. I am a Trini and I am bad. I am bad in a wicked. No, not in a bed. No, I'm not angry. Oh Lord, Wallace. Oh, what are you doing? I just come out of an atheist room. These people real crazy to not believe in God, no? Madness. Well, they believe in Trump. Okay, in Trump you do trust. We go hear about all this. Hi, Dr. Sharon. Hi, Moments.
Hi, love.
Hi,
Oh,
Roja. Like
St.
Thomas, the Virgin Islands, they say, how are you doing? Are you? Can't talk at all, you know. Are you? How are you doing?
Lord have mercy.
Dr. Leslie is What List Friday, so keep going.
What less? Right now, I just what less, and I don't really care.
Why you guys getting started?
Tell them call my name, Dr. Williams. I go take the blame, Dr. Williams. Tell them call my name. Oh, hold on, my wine. I go take the blame. Right now, I just. Ooh, right now, I'm going down to the ground. Picture it. Right now, my knees. Hold on. My knees, ja. Hold on. Make sure you can come back up. Make sure you can come back up. Come up. Go down.
Other soldier. Okay, support other soldier. Okay, other soldier. We have Rasola, half Jamaican, half Trini. You have Dr. Leslie, full Trini. You have Ja, Antigua. You have Dr. Sharon, Antigua. You have me, Jamaican. What you expect? It's a madhouse.
Other soldier, he's a virgin or what?
No, he's Nigerian.
He's an island virgin, yeah. He's an island virgin.
Not quite enough.
No, he's been in a Jamaican.
No, man. Yes, he has dibbled and
He dip his toe.
He's been in a Jamaican.
Nah, y'all. He dip him toe or he dip him tongue. But him dip him all.
I am done.
What? Oh my God. Dr. Leslie. What I'm saying is you tasted and you saw that it was good, but you haven't fully indulged, Messiah. Hey, easy. I know all your brain is, all your nasty. It's Friday.
You came at the right time. Let me say this. You came at the right time because we needed this.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well, I always bring the joy.
We need it. We need the madness. We need it because it helps keep us sane.
Oh God.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason, one of the reasons why we will never be on mainstream media. Because we don't have no behavior.
They don't have no behavior. Total disaster. Hey. Hurry up in the border. What?
You see?
Splinters. Hey. Hey. Oh, hey, hey. Let me turn on my camera. Let me just see where I am. This is where I am. Splinters are down on the ground. You can't smell. I'm coming up. Hey, hey. Hey. Come on. You're going again.
All right, so YouTube. Me don't know if it's right now. YouTube. I have to put in a podcast again. YouTube, because now the party I can start. The news not done yet, but it is What List Friday right here on Coffee to World News on the Go. What?
Party. I still have splinters. No, Dr. Keisha, you're serious. No, she come. Me like you. You serious lad.
Oh,
Linda, oh my
hold on
gosh,
there.
yeah.
Hold on
I get
there.
my
Hold on
waist
there.
thing because I'm working on my waist. Whew, Jesus. I'm working on my waist earlier. This work from home thing does do a thing to your waist, but I will not be defeated.
Hold on. Boy, I'm tired. Lord
Really?
have mercy.
That's all you have today, huh?
No, man, we have more. So,
You do two, one, and you talking about Matthias and Fannin?
Lord have mercy. I just saw you say, enter the room at your own risk. This room, this group should come with a health warning. You know what this group will do to you? You will live longer. You will live longer. One thing about us as a people, I must say, is that we know how to let things roll off our back. Yes, are we affected? Most definitely. Absolutely. But we know how to turn it into a party. Listen, I think we're what's up, Joshua? I think we're the only group of people. Our funeral will turn into a party.
Listen, everything. You go to a wake, is a fete of the wake. All right.
I have a friend who said, didn't him not go dance again? He goes to 9 nights because that's the excitement.
We linemen.
So that's how
we have a song
cope.
called We Linemen, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta find that one, yeah.
That is how we cope. We have a saying, you have to take bad things, make joke. You have to learn to laugh in the face of adversity. It's a lot of madness going on. And you know what? I think right here in the US, people they need to loosen up a little bit.
No, people scared, you know. People scared. This is real. We ain't playing Dolly House, you know.
No,
this is real. This ain't no Dolly House. Back in 2017, it was Dolly House. But now it's real. Crap of smoking people pipe.
Listen.
People pipe empty, and nothing to put in it no more for the crap to smoke. So
we have to, I mean, until such time we party. We have a good time.
Trinidadians good for that though. I swear to God. Listen, when we had the coup decades ago, we had curfew party, you know. Listen, you come to the fete, you don't leave until 6 a.m. curfew break the next day. So if you come to the fete, you have to stay. Listen, we were in a crisis in the country, and some of the best moments were the fetes. We had a curfew party, boy, I tell you.
Dr. Leslie, I needed this because I was getting hives from the news today. I just want you to know that.
You're welcome, darling. Anytime.
Adesoji, you're feeling good now. Not true. Adesoji must be smiling from ear to ear amidst the madness. But yes, folks. So moving right along. So of course, the last story we had, Trump privately vents his frustration about Michael Waltz. Our business news, courtesy of Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. All right. China tariffs may be able to cut. All right. Hold on a second. So TikTok. When is TikTok supposed to possibly be up for discussion again? No, next month, coming up next week. But anyway, according to this article,
April 10th, next week.
Okay, next week. Yeah. So according to BBC, US President Donald Trump says he may cut tariffs on China to help seal a deal for short video app TikTok to be sold by its owner ByteDance. Trump also said he will extend April 5th deadline for non-Chinese buyer of the platform to be found. In January, he delayed the implementation of a law passed under the Biden administration to ban TikTok. The legislation, which was signed into law in 2024, cited national security grounds for the sale or be banned. With respect to TikTok, and China is going to have to play a role in that, possibly in the form of an approval. Maybe. I think they'll do that. Trump told reporters, does he ever speak straight? Maybe I'll give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done.
No, because he don't know what he's doing. So he's literally winging it. He's really not calling the shots, you know. So a lot of times Stephen Miller would tell him, this is what's going down. And then he'll echo and speak with a little more certainty, but he really don't know what's going on. The man is not running the place. His stamp of bigotry is on it for sure, but he's got a whole bunch of racists behind him who is the brains, because you know what's going on with that frontotemporal dementia. No, for real, the man has frontotemporal dementia.
I called it years ago, Dr. No, no, on a serious note, I called it years ago because I saw the signs. The signs have been there. Everybody has ignored it. How do I recognize the signs? Because it runs in my family.
They ain't ignoring it, you know. People know. They're just milking it for what they can. They're getting him to do things that they full well know that because the very seed in him is bigotry, that's what's gonna come out. But the man, boy, I tell you, frontotemporal just speaking out of the mouth. He's told us how many times he rigged the election. I mean, that's frontotemporal, no impulse control.
He told us 3 times so far. 3 times so far he has told us. And nobody, and what I don't understand is how nobody's looking into it. The moment that man during the COVID, that man mentioned bleach and a light. Shine the light up in your anus. I was okay, that's it. I'll never forget that. And when he was making that statement, he was turning and looking at Dr. Fauci. And I can't remember the name of the lady that was sitting next to Dr. Fauci. And she was like, oh my gosh. The man said, drink bleach and shine a light up in the anus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because that's what he does. Shines light up in his anus. A noose, I should say. Madness.
So TikTok, I don't think TikTok is going to go anywhere. I really don't think it is. I think he's going to have to retract his statement with regard to the 25% tariffs, because everybody's going to come, everybody who voted for him and contributed to his campaign, they are going to come knocking on his doors and say, come on, you're crippling us now. You're crippling us. I believe, just as he did March, whatever date came around and went and had Canada and Mexico laughing. Come on. Let's see what happens next week. In other business news, global auto industry stocks slump as 25% tariff on U.S. imports loom. This is according to finance.yahoo.com. U.S. President Donald Trump's announcement of a 25% tariff on auto imports rippled throughout the world on Thursday, as global car makers warned of immediate price hikes and dealers raised fears of job losses in big auto exporting countries, many of which are U.S. allies. Do we have any allies? Hold on a second.
South Africa?
Girl, stop. You funny. You funny.
Probably Guinea.
You're funny. Even the white South Africans.
My husband's from Guinea and he does not approve this message.
Okay. There are no allies. There are no allies. We're losing them. You know when we lost them? If we didn't lose them before? Let me tell you when we lost them. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you exactly when we lost our allies. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. I'm going to tell you when we lost the allies. Hold on there. Hold on. Coming right up. We lost the allies right here. Listen. This is when we lost the allies.
So the defense secretary. What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK. Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
And no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care about American lives?
No. Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't.
Service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about your fake news. Do you have a relevant question? Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asked.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can
Do you
answer.
have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security?
And that is when we lost all our allies.
That was so unnecessary and rude. I just and I say this is when you have TT in the place, trailer T. Okay, no diplomacy is not. I mean, there was a time. I mean, even when you look at the British Parliament, right? At least there is some manner of decorum, even though they're wild. Let us be wild. But I don't understand the lack of decorum, the lack of diplomacy, the lack of statesmanship. I don't understand where this common foul that's come into people's place. She's a common foul. We don't eat common foul, you know.
Sense foul. No, we don't name them there. We don't eat those. Adesoji, get your people in order.
Yeah. I mean, she was only doing her job. She asked a question. And kudos to that American journalist as well. I only want the answer to her question. And then you go into some sort of rant, because that's the best way I can describe it. You're uncouth, uncivilized, unwashed, and simply because you've been voted into power, you think you're Lord and Master. No, you're still beholden to the people. And the job of a journalist, which is one of the only jobs that is secured in the Constitution, is the right of the fourth estate to hold you to account. So whether you like it or not, you could, well, I suppose it's silly season, so you might as well just entertain them. I yield.
Moment, I sent you a 7-minute clip from CBS Morning News. There's a group of Christian women going down to the border, and basically the synopsis is they have now realized that Red Cap and everyone else has been telling stories about the immigrants.
All right, next.
And she has lost some friends because, you know, they've come back and try to tell the community that all what you've been hearing is not real. So they've lost friends, but now they have empathy because now they can actually see what was going on, which is what we always say. It's not until it actually hit them or they have to walk in a person's shoes that they will really see what's going on in the world, because they are so close-minded to what is really happening. But it was an interesting story. And of course, it wasn't people that looked like me, but you know, I yield.
Ja, let me ask you a question. Remember last year when Joe Biden announced that he wasn't going to be running again, and then the grand announcement was made that Kamala Harris was going to be running for VP. And I remember because I showed up, me did show up. I already couldn't get in at this PS, me show up every day, every time that Dr. Keisha did open up her room and her team. Dr. Keisha was there. I mean, him and Dr. Keisha, Dr. Sharon was there, Dr. Leslie was there, and a whole other team, a lot of other people would show up diligently, right? From day one. Voices for Kamala, right? And we also listened to all the different groups that were rallying for Kamala, whether they ended up voting for her or not, right? And there was the education, there was the awareness, there was everything being done. But people refused to listen.
So
what am I supposed to do with this information?
So sometimes people listen with their eyes instead of their ears. I yield.
So every day, Dr. Keisha, every day when you did open up the space over there on Clubhouse, what was the purpose of it then? What was the purpose?
We said no trolling. We're here to learn and move forward. That's it. If you don't want to learn, you're not welcome.
I tell you guys, there's two different things. You can have a classroom that is filled with kids or people, adults, because when you start in the working field and you are training your managers or your supervisors, you will always have a set of persons in there who's unable to understand what you're saying. There's always going to be a bunch of persons in there, even though you're speaking the clearest of English and you're speaking very slowly, they will not understand you. They're the ones that you have to talk to them on their level. And it's not to say that their education is different than. It's just that not everybody receives information the same way. Not everybody has the same level of attention span as others do. So the sensationalism, the words, the creative words that are being used to describe stuff that will sink home, the little phrases, the little catchphrases that people remember, right? That appeals to them. That's how you communicate with people. You have to be. It's just like a DJ in a club. He's playing calypso all along, and only half of the room is moving. He switches to reggae, and 3/4 of the room starts moving. He switches to lovey-dovey, and then again, a third of the room start moving. He has to play and know which genre to play and to keep the crowd moving and involved. And that's what I was saying, that Kamala was clear to me, but there are people who do not understand or can't retain what she's saying because of how she's talking. And she was the only one that kept talking in the same way. She never switched it up when she went into this area or that area or whatever it was. Her message was on point, and it was in the same way all the time.
But niece, how much simpler could she have made her message? I don't think it had no frills, it had no flares. I think well, you know what? I guess, but I don't think her message could have been any simpler, quite frankly.
You can't go California and sell people EV car and go to Alabama and sell the same EV car. The income is not the same. The demographic is not the same. You have to switch it up. You're selling a car, yes, but the EV car not going to sell in Alabama because the income is not there. The interest is not there. They don't need to show off on anybody. You can't take that EV car to North Carolina and South Carolina and say, hey, I have a fancy shiny EV car for you. They're not interested.
You know what, niece? I don't think that's the issue. Respectfully, what I think the issue was the fact that, number one, she was a woman. Number two, she was a woman of color. I think that is what the problem was. And when you listen to a lot of people, especially grassroots people who were interviewed, them tell us that them not want a woman to rule you. Them not want a woman to rule them. They don't want a woman being in power. A woman can't run this country. And they went on and on. First thing they said was that she was a woman. That was the sore point with them. Because she was a woman, they were already deaf. It's not that she couldn't make it any simpler.
And even, excuse me, and even the major issue of the day in that election was female autonomy. For women, regardless of how they look, to have voted against their own very best interests, you clearly knew it wasn't about the fact of how she spoke. It was the fact that they had this ingrained thing that to them, they sold them a lie, and they bought that lie hook and sinker and decided, you know what, our very existence is threatened. Even the Muskrats, when they got voted into power, the Muskrat gave a speech at what's this place? I've forgotten the name of the place, but where he gave the famous Nazi salute. He said, and I quote, "Thank you for saving our civilization." Which civilization is he talking about? It's not talking about the average Joe on the people. It's talking about a specific look. And who did they go after? They made mention of who they were completely against. Puerto Ricans, whether they look of a different shade or not, Mexicans, Haitians, and they were clear. That's one thing I want people to understand. It's not like their messaging, the other side messaging was off. It's that this message, the ones from these guys, was clear dog whistle. It was not even dog whistle, a bullhorn. That listen, okay. Javed, you can block your ears now. They're eating your cats and your dogs in Springfield. That message was only to garner support from one demographic. It wasn't about anybody else. And what did they do? Look at the voting statistics, how they voted. It showed you, they showed up. Unfortunately, we did not. We did not. And the reason we did not is, again, suppression from the other side. But, oh, what does it matter? You know, the price of eggs, the price of gas. How much is eggs now?
Don't even ask me. They're ridiculous still.
Exactly.
If I can find them.
And what did he say? What did...
on day one, the prices would come down.
Yeah, on day one, the prices will come down. On day one,
the wars would stop.
The wars will start. On day one, you will get your country back. All empty lies. All empty lies. They clearly wanted to run a gambit on the country, and they got it. Unfortunately, the people who are going to feel the pain are even, I mean, just think about this one. You are in Nebraska, in the heartland of agricultural country. You see the guys working your farms. You clearly know they're undocumented. And when you went out to vote, you voted against your own interest. That now those fields are left untended. The fruits in there that should be coming out of the ground now are going to rot. Worse still, one of you that is in government now cancels the USAID. Do you know what the USAID does for the agricultural industry in the United States? It buys grains at above market value, helping one to keep, you know, after you've gotten all the subsidies, but you still get your stuff sold, your GMO stuff, genetically modified crops, sold or given out as aid to so-called deprived communities, and the rest get chucked into the sea. Now you can't even get them out of the ground to go and chuck them in the sea. No talk of getting, I mean, it's wild. And what we're supposed to somehow blame, what's her name? Kamala Harris? No, the game was run on the United States people. And here's the worst part. They didn't do it in hiding. They were so brazen about it. And what do I mean by that? They gave you a document, a 922-page document that if you read, your eyes will water. And like I said earlier, they're rolling them out one by one in broad daylight. And this stuff was out in public 2 years before the election. 2 years. 2 years. So they didn't want to listen. Unfortunately, everybody will suffer. That's the worst part. The ignorance of one side will cost the other side its livelihood. And it's already happening. So it's got nothing to do with messaging on the Democratic side. It was that a game was run on them. A game, constant drumbeat, boom, 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 boom. They're coming, they're coming, they're coming. Even when they did the joke thing in Madison Square Garden against the Puerto Ricans, again, it was the drumbeat, the same drumbeat. These people, these people, these people, these people, they're attacking us. We need to, and look at them now. Look at them now, you know, going after the same Republican guys they could have chosen not to vote for are the same people they want to, you know, they want to harangue. Why? You're only doing their bidding. Sorry, they're doing your bidding because you voted them in. They told you what they stood for. And now to play ignorance. Nah, come on, people. Hopefully you get a chance in 2 years' time.
It wasn't the messaging. It was not. But Adesoji, we said this right after the election. We said this, that there were two things on the ballot. Two things, plain and simple. Humanity and hatred. Period. Nothing else.
There was even another one that they added. It's funny how that has gone quiet. Transgender in your bathrooms. Where is it now? Boo, boo, boo. You know, all the scare tactics, everything. It's gone. Like a thief in the night. Nobody's mentioning it.
By the way, has anybody got their $8,000 check yet? Has anybody got their $5,000 check yet? Has anyone got their $2,500 check yet? Because you're supposed to get a check from all the money, the fraud that they plugged. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
But they are wait.
Yeah, but there. Oh, sorry. Funeral I go hold before you get that. But you know who gonna get it though? Were you up there on January 6th? If you weren't, you ain't gonna get it. You saw that madness?
And the tech bros, they want to buy TikTok. I can guarantee one thing: China will not sell. They will either shut it down. China will not sell. Maybe if I offer them 25%, they will. China will not sell. China doesn't have to sell. If you want to close it down, good luck to you guys. But China is not going to sell. Why should they? Why?
It's not, niece, me know how you feel, but it's not the communication. It was their eyes. They didn't like what they were seeing. They didn't like the packaging. If she were a Caucasian male, she would have had a better chance.
Yeah, because they didn't even let Hillary in. Okay?
Exactly.
From day one, it was all about women, 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 women. What a woman, woman, woman. Yeah, And then when they thought she was getting some type of rivalry, then they had to go into her computer and emails and her husband and, yeah.
It was never about the messaging. They did not want a woman. They did not want a woman of color. And I will never forgive Candace Williams for what she did. What's your name? Candace Owens for what she did. I won't forgive her for that. You know what? I have forgiven her. I just find it hard to forget it. Let me get that right. Because now make she black my blessing.
Who is that?
Candace Owens.
Who is she?
She went on a campaign to disparage this woman's character.
Who is she? Oh, that clown. Please.
Have y'all heard anything from her? Y'all ain't hear nothing from her, right? Y'all want
no man, she dey cross the pond. She investigate Macron wife.
Yeah.
So Macron wife, man.
Yeah, we spoke about that, Jack. That's what she's busy doing now. And then something happened with her, and no, she asking people to forgive, to have pity on her. No, baby girl, think about what you did to Kamala Harris.
It's one thing for you to play that gambit in the United States. Oh, somebody looks like a man, must be a man. When you come to Europe, they'll just laugh you off. It's like, are you that dumb? They will laugh you off the stage to the point where you feel like an idiot. We don't play like that here. We don't play stupid. It's either you know and you inform others, or you don't know and you keep your mouth shut. You don't come, there is no, what's the word? There is no soft landing for idiocy. No soft landing at all. And we don't care how rich you are. Like they told him, we don't even know how to describe him now. Your president's best friend, or is his handler, or
Black Cap?
The ones that, the car salesman. They're both car salesmen, exactly. Look, the one who is selling the cars, yeah. The one who owns the cars that sell it, yeah. That one.
Black Cap.
Yeah, Black Cap. When it came to England, maybe we should vote Nigel Farage. Are you nuts? Where do you think you are?
What did England do? Get your ass out of here. Isn't that what England said?
Exactly. Where do you think you are?
Pull your britches up and be gone. What you think this is? You're in the wrong place. They weren't playing with him. Germany got run him out too. And America don't see that there's a problem? How is it that the rest of the world can see that there is a serious problem at hand? But us here, you know what our problem is? We have a term for it in Jamaica. Licky licky. Nyami nyami. Wanga got. Craven choke puppy. You ever watch the puppies around a bowl? And you always have that one trying to get in to get the most? They would rather turn the bowl over than share with their siblings. Money is what has us in a chokehold.
But the irony with him is, you're already the wealthiest man in the world.
Really?
No, he is. He is.
You sure about that?
Yeah, he is. He is. But
he don't act like it.
But he still wants more.
More?
Yeah, more. He still wants more. More what?
He probably read what you call it? Oliver Twist, one time too many.
Do you know this guy can pay the debt of all African countries and still have change? He can.
So Adi, this is how you know it's not money is the thing. It's not money. It's power. Rich people reach one point in their life where money don't even matter to them anymore. It's the power to do what they want when they want to. And this is what Vice President M is doing. This is his dream. This has been his dream, to walk into that place called White House and be rubbing shoulders with people. Okay? This has been his dream. What make you think he revel in it so much?
But why he go fight in Canada? He has Canadian citizenship.
No, Canada don't play those games.
Canada will go to Denmark where his ancestors are from.
No, they don't play those games. Look at this. You have to understand, Vice President M is just what would I say? A mirror, a very fuzzy mirror of what's really happening in the background. You don't notice him out and about, but there are more people who are out and about in the background who they don't want the limelight. But he doesn't mind it. He's like a peacock. He's a literal peacock who has to show his colors. This man, this is him. This is what he needs. He's living his best life right now. And it has nothing to do with money. He's living his best life.
Have you heard him speak before? Exactly. With a twitch. The worst part is he's not even articulate. He sounds like his PayPal buddy. What's his name? Peter Thiel. That one is even worse. It's almost like somebody said it best, that the problem with them is they never had girls when they were in secondary school. And so truth be told, these guys they're still traumatized from their secondary school days. I blame all the fine girls, but come on, let it go, bro. You have the money. But no, it's like, yes, I was thinking that stuff like, bro, what are you doing?
Elon's children's name?
Oh, we're not even going to go down that rabbit hole today.
That's not the one we tell you what the man mindset there, okay? It's not here.
So Niece is asking, why didn't he go back to South Africa? Other soldier, you care to speak on behalf of the South Africans? Which article, Ja? Which one?
You know the sort of guests that when they leave, you dust where they sat you sweep their feet out behind them, you pack it and you put it in a bin and you lock the door. That's the South African relationship with his family. It's nah, they don't want anything to do with him. Anything. Not with anybody. Unfortunately, the United States is having to deal with it. And the worst part for him would be it will end in infamy, in the sense that you're not going to be popular. You're going to lose your business. Yes, you will have that money, but nobody will want anything to do with you. And so basically you'll be paying to have friends. That's how it's going to end up. I yield.
Are you talking about the Texas Doge bill, Ja? The Texas SB 14 would create an efficiency. Okay, so Ja sent this over. This is courtesy of KHOU.com. Texas Doge bill passes Senate and heads to the House. Texas SB 14 would create an efficiency office to streamline state regulations, reduce unnecessary rules, and improve public access to regulatory information. The Texas Senate on Wednesday passed a bill that would effectively create an efficiency office similar to the federal government's Department of Government Efficiency, which was established by President Donald Trump when he took office earlier this year. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick celebrated the bipartisan passage of Senate Bill 14. The Texas economy is the envy of America and the world. Texans understand that by cutting red tape, more money stays in the pockets of taxpayers. When Texans save money, the private sector is unleashed. Texans start small businesses. Jobs are created and our economy grows. In essence, SB 14 aims to streamline and improve the way state agencies in Texas create and enforce regulations. It would trigger the establishment of the Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office. I prioritized SB 14 because President Trump's creation of the Department of Government Efficiency inspired me to find ways Texas can save taxpayers and businesses money by cutting burdensome regulations. The bill was introduced by Senator Phil King, and if it's passed into law, the office would be created within the governor's office along with an advisory panel to oversee reform. SB 14 now heads to a House committee before it could be voted on by the Texas House of Representatives. If it gets that far, it could head to the, almost said the wrong word, get it together moments. If it gets that far, it would head to Governor Greg Abbott's desk to be signed into law. Vroom, vroom.
So let me understand something. What's the title of the bill?
SB 14. It is titled the
Yeah. Go on. You can say it. Go on. You know we listen. That's why I'm asking. You can say it. Go on. Go on. Oh, this is way.
It's the Department of Government Efficiency. It's a text. Really?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So this guy, how long has Hot Wheels been in power?
Vroom, vroom. Jack, how long has your governor been in power?
I don't remember. I think he had about 2-3 terms, but I don't really remember.
Okay, let's say
I don't vote for him.
It's the Texas Doge bill. I'm here. It's the Texas Department of Government Efficiency. And guess what? I think they're trying to do one here in Florida.
Okay, so basically, he's saying he wants to cut government regulation. And this guy has been in power for, let's say, 10 years. So who's been making all those regulations? You have a supermajority in Texas. So you clearly don't have any opposition. Everything you wanted to do in that 10 years, you did. So who is to blame for the for the amount of regulation? So this is just performative. This is technically issue in the grand scheme of things. It won't be any news anyone will report on, but in fact, they will laugh it off. It says that you're basically saying you've been inefficient for the past 10 years. And so what's the what's the repercussion for making such a statement? What's the electoral repercussion? You should be voted out of office.
Nobody's gonna.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Adesoji. Nobody's gonna laugh it off because this is just another domino falling in the game that they're playing.
Yeah. So saying, okay, you want to, now this is the flip side of whatever it is they're trying to do. You're claiming that you want to cut regulation so that taxes stay in the pocket of your Texans, right? The point of regulation in a game, to use a common language, is rules in a game is so that everybody knows the game is based on certain rules. If there are no rules, you're not having a game. This is chaos. That's anarchy. So the fact that people are going to start businesses in Texas with no regulation, let's be clear, no regulation, right? Defeats the purpose of even having an office in the first place.
Because you're getting ready to hire the 14-year-old.
There you go.
Adesoji, Texas has been trying to separate themselves from the United States for years, but now they don't have to. Because this is going to trickle down. All these dominoes are going to start falling to each state. I didn't even know they were trying to do that in Florida. So it's just making sense.
So back to what, thank you for sending the article over, Ja, but back to what you highlighted there, Adesoji. When you cut the bureaucratic red tape away, now you are free to do whatever you want. Anyhow, how there will be no regulations to suppress you, to check you, to put you in line.
None. So literally, I could decide, you know what, I'm going to set up a textile industry near some of the best rivers in Texas. I finish with my dye. I just chuck it into the river. And the school down the river would, forget, we don't have regulations now. Even the water board does not have to follow any regulation. So they can just dip their pipe into that river and pump the water into your homes. And remember, there is no regulation. I mean, come on, people.
But we're worried about fluoride in water.
Listen, there is no regulation. Who's going to check us, boo?
Who going to check me, boo? Who going to check?
Yeah, who we're going to check? We're getting rid of all of these organizations or corporations, whatever you want to call these.
The boards, bodies, yeah.
We're getting rid of the federal government.
What page was that, Adesoji? Because I know you read the 900 plus pages. You broke it down for us.
So regulation is, I think it's section 6 of the, so basically that goes into the EPA, the health department, anything that does with central government. And I'm not, when you mentioned the Project 2025, in Project 2025, the same one the Orange Toad said he knew nothing of. Yes, I can say it because
you're over there in the UK. We're over
here. And I don't have any business with the United States for now, not at least for the next 4 years. Sorry. Because, man, the last thing I want is being deported from anywhere. I'm not even going to do it because we're going to have to show our social media post and they're going to see it. So that way, best of all. So he said he knew nothing of Project 2025, but it's ironic in that document, 922 pages, after the word president, no, even more than the word president, Donald Trump's name comes up there about 522 times. The same one he knows nothing about. The most common theme there is to do President Trump's bidding, to do President Trump's agenda, to carry out President Trump's wishes when President Trump gets into office, in that order. That's how those searches came up. And you begin to see there is a pattern. And the pattern is these guys just want unbridled power. And guess what? They've gotten it because the people who should know better, I mean, if you're getting deal, I mean, I go back to the farmers. That farmer one is the one that gets me the most. A farm has been in your family for generations. You look out your patio. You could see a couple of tractors going back and forth with harvesters' grains behind them, right? And the guys who are driving them are immigrants, for want of a better word, that don't look like you.
Mm-hmm.
They turn up on their work and they work hours on end, sometimes not taking breaks, and they do a very good job. Your produce gets into the market, you make money, and then somebody comes on TV and promise you a lie. Because that's what he promised you. He promised you a lie. And you get up on the day of election, or sometimes before, and you go and thumbprint to get rid of those guys you look out the patio. January 20, the guy gets into power. January 21st, you look out your patio. Your tractors are not going back and forth. Their tractors are parked by the side. You're ringing the phone man that used to bring these guys to come and work. His phone is not ringing, or he's ringing but no response. I mean, make it make sense.
Oh, not to worry. We're going to send out our 14-year-olds from Florida. They'll be able to come, do it for y'all.
I mean, 14-year-olds, we need a break.
Oh, but don't you see where, what is it, the 16-year-olds will be able to work with no break? They don't have to get a break. Hey, man, I tell you now, what year is this and what country is this?
The United States in 2025.
Write that down, please, because they're getting rid of libraries over here, right? So do us a favor, Adesoji, being,
Send you a barrel of books.
No.
That's contraband. That's contraband.
Yeah, we can't risk that.
That's
Do me a
contraband.
favor. You keep a record of all the happenings because we're going to need that information in 4 years.
I mean, they're even deleting websites. That's wild.
I think, years ago, I watched a show named, I think it's Equilibrium, something like that. And in that movie, an enforcer, right? He's one of them people who go around, make sure say they take a medication and make sure say, make sure you take the shot and make sure say you don't have no ban items.
Injection.
Yeah. You know what was a ban item? A recorder, like one of those what name? A music player, the hi-fi ones, and book. And it turns out that they went to a place that had a stash of books, and his own. He's never seen a book before. And he was like all of 50 and never seen a book. And he took a book and stashed it. And in reading the book, he realized that I don't really have to take this injection and get up one morning and don't take it. So his little son report him to the authorities. And it's his partner of how many years came and took him away to jail. So I think we're heading to where books are going to be banned to the point where you can get into trouble for it.
We can't afford to get there. We can't. And this is where we need more Jasmine Crockett's. We need more AOCs. We need more people who are not afraid to challenge what they're trying to do. We have some elections coming up. Check with your state. Check with your municipalities. See what's going on. Because this is nothing but madness. Trump team revokes. Oh, sorry, folks. I'm so sorry. This next article is in our Health and Science segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. NPR is reporting that state and county public health departments and nonprofit groups are reeling after the Trump administration announced abrupt cancellation and revocation of roughly $11.4 billion in COVID-era funding for grants linked to addiction, mental health, and other programs. So hold on there a second. No! Story come to bump. Where are the red states? Hold on there. Hold it there, girl. Hold it there. This is chopping things off in the middle while people are actually doing the work, said Keith Humphreys, an addiction policy researcher at Stanford University, who also volunteers doing harm reduction work with people in addiction. He warned the move could trigger layoffs and disrupt treatment. Services will be dropped in the middle. Bang, the clinic is closing. It's a brutal way to make these cuts. The federal grant funding had been scheduled to run through September 2025. In a statement sent to NPR, a spokesperson with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services said it made sense to freeze the program immediately. So hold on, who you think it's going to affect the most? You think are we? I know we know, baby. It's not us. Go up to places like Springfield, Ohio.
You mean where they're eating the dogs and the cats?
Going to places like where Hillbilly Elegy is from. Thank you for the follow. Where is he from? The author of Hillbilly Elegies, or whatever your book was name?
Ohio.
Where the eyes have hills? No, man. Over there, so, man. The other place, them, man, in Virginia, them place, them, man, where the eyes have hills, man. The hills have eyes. I'm all confused when I attack. Does he know that it's... Oh, snap. But you know what? It was easy to convince them that they were better than everybody else. And now he's going to do to them because he never liked you all. They never liked you all. You're in the boat with us. Come on. Come. You're in the boat with us. Join us. Because cutting off the funding for grants linked to addiction and mental health problems, I hope you all realize he has not yet solved the issue as it relates to F to the ill that he says is coming from Mexico, China, and Canada. Remember when Scheinbaum said he needs to fix the issue because our people have an insatiable appetite for said candy, sweets? Remember when she warned? But this is not how you do it, Mr. Trump. You have to see to it that you get them off of it. And you can't get them off of it by cutting it like this. You know what problems you're going to unleash? Oh, Jesus, have mercy. Every day we say it can't get no worse. And somehow they top it every day. You're going to cut off grants linked to addiction and mental health and other programs. So we're going to be zombies walking up and down in the streets. Is that what's going to happen to us?
Yes. And what was it yesterday? Ozzy said, M-Law. When you have M-Law, they'll be able to take control. I'm not sure if I can say the word, so I'm just going to say M-Law.
Yeah.
They'll be able to take control and put us behind wired fences and keep us, locked up in our homes and, move the women where they want the women to go and move the men where they want the men to go and put the children to work. Yeah. Okay.
Anybody else? Because I'm done.
No, I mean, there's nothing to add. She basically summed it up properly. These guys they don't care about people who look like them. They don't. The only currency they care about is the green. Yeah, I have a spare room, but it's full of books.
Okay, we'll take it.
It all comes back to them because for the most part, they're not going to be able to shield themselves from a lot of it.
Okay. So I wonder if some of them know that. I wonder if some of them up there in Washington know that there was a video footage that was put out of a certain individual who dipped his hand in his pockets and then did this in his mouth. And somebody had to tell him, oh, listen, you're in public. Y'all remember that video? I ain't gonna call no names. We ain't calling no names. Y'all remember that video?
Oh, that's
When they were watching the takeoff of or were supposed to watch a takeoff of a particular, or was it a show and tell? And he was there, and he put his hand in his pocket, and it went like this, and the person had to reach over to him.
that's the orange toad son, right?
Oh, jeez, I'm messing with that. Call no name. That's the RTS. Same one. That's OJ.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say this. Many of them, their children and grandchildren indulge in these things and also have addictions.
Orange toad
Allegedly. Sorry.
Orange toad also indulge. One of his the reason why he has the runs regularly is because his muscles can't hold anything.
Oh God. I missed that first thing y'all was speaking on, but I don't even need to go see it.
What's that? Who sang the song Lucy again? You see, because I want to dedicate that one to them.
Orange toad's son, he likes his spices.
I found the song. Anyway, let me do this. Let me go ahead and wrap up. YouTube, thank you so much. I invite you, if you're able to, hop on over to TikTok. We're going to have a party because what this Friday. So we're going to have a party on YouTube, on TikTok. Sorry, I invite you to join us over there. I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the engagement. AT, big up yourself. Mad Libran, big up yourself. Want to say thank you. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Check out the website. We're going to be putting other articles there, as there were some stories we were not able to cover on the live show. So we will be back with you Monday morning, God willing, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern for another episode of Coffee in Tow on YouTube. All right. So be good to yourselves. Hit that reset button. Do something for you. Love on yourself. Love on your friends, your family members. Spread love. It's the only way to go. All right. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.